Good morning, colleagues. We are about to start. If we have some people outside, we can please just make our way inside as we're about to begin our proceedings today. Your Excellencies, members of the Diplomatic Corps, distinguished heads of institutions, honored guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Good morning. Yeah, that sounds better. And a special word of welcome to all those joining us virtually as well. My name is Kesa Mopipi, or Kesa, with the South African Institute of International Affairs. It is my singular honor to welcome you here today to this distinguished gathering and to serve as your program director. So we are convening not too long after the G20 summit here in Johannesburg, where a leader's declaration that was really giving a lot of prominence to the priorities of Africa and the developing world more broadly was adopted. And so having that context in mind, we know that the true measure of impact even of a G20 presidency is not just on the declaration, but it has to be on implementation. So our deliberations here today carry a dual mandate. Firstly, it is to reflect with candor on the outcomes of South Africa's G20 presidency, as well as to chart a course for sustaining its momentum across the G20, but as well as on other forums where those priorities find relevance. Without further ado, to guide this reflection, we will be receiving some opening statements from the representatives of our convening institutions. But before I call up our first speaker, I just wanted to make a note and a special word of thanks to the Office of the Dean of African Diplomatic Missions, which is the Embassy of the Central African Republic, which is a key partner with us on these events. Unfortunately, the Dean was unable to make it today. He's often the one who is here to ceremoniously cut the bow tie, if you will. But we just want to extend our gratitude in that regard and also just highlight his apologies from his office as well. That being said, I'll call on our first speaker for the day, Ms. Elizabeth Sideropoulos. She is the Chief Executive of the South African Institute of International Affairs, to give her welcoming remarks. Round of applause for her, please.
There we go. So, Your Excellencies, good morning. Everybody who is not an excellency is equally recognized. It's really a great pleasure to be welcoming you, both the people in the room, but also our virtual audience, who is from not just from South Africa, but from Addis and other parts of the continent. It's really great to be welcoming you to this. I think the fifth, is it the fifth or the fourth? The fifth edition of an engagement on the G20 with a specific focus on Africa, African member states, and the African Union. We began this initiative, so to speak, towards the end of 2024 with AUDA-NEPAD. Was preparing a few weeks before South Africa was going to take over the chairmanship of the G20 presidency. And we believed that, particularly in the context of the AU having joined as a permanent full-time member of the G20 during the Indian presidency of 2023, we thought that convening African ambassadors in South Africa, as South Africa was ready to take over the chairmanship, was critical, because the issues on the agenda of the G20 have always, not just since the AU joined, but have always had a significant impact on Africa. The issues that are being discussed, as we all know, are about global economic governance at one level. They're also about regional and national policy coordination. But fundamentally, we have always argued, and I think many of the people I think I would say all of the people in the room here today have also argued that if we're talking about African development, a critical dimension of that, which can be either a constraint or an enabler, is the extent to which the global architecture enables or constrains. And we know that on many counts, the global environment, the global rules often constrain. In the context of the South African presidency, one of the items that were prioritized was to really elevate the discussion, for example, around the cost of capital. It was to really interrogate, and this is something that the AU has also been driving, the issue of credit ratings, and we all know that the AU has now driven the establishment of an African credit rating agency. It has also been to foreground issues of development, and on that, South Africa has built on the precedent set by the previous three developing country presidencies of the G20, namely Indonesia, India, and Brazil. So in that context, we thought it was really, really important to create platforms where we could create a discussion, exchange ideas, communicate outcomes of the G20 presidency in a way that could be meaningful for African member states. Of course, the South African presidency came to an end last year. It's, as with all G20 presidencies, what comes out at the end in the communique is not the end of the road. It is really to drive those decisions taken, all those issues that have been placed on the global agenda, is to drive and take them forward. And there, it's not just to drive and take them forward in the context or in the forum that the G20 presents, but because the G20 sort of aggregates discussions from other international platforms that are more formal. It is also important to make sure that Africa has a coherent and coordinated voice on some of these big global economic governance issues in those other more formal multilateral arrangements. Critically, of course, here is the international financial institutions, World Bank, IMF. It is also about considering the way in which African states who are part of the Financial Stability Board and the Basel architecture engage. It's also important to coordinate around WTO. It's important to coordinate about broader developmental issues and the financing for development outcomes and so on and so forth. So we're hoping the discussion today not only reflects but also looks forward to how we, as a continent, where we share many common concerns. We're obviously all represent different countries and have different contexts, but there are a number of shared concerns which reflect themselves in the global economic governance architecture. And it's so important, I think, to drive those forward. It is about shaping rather than trying to navigate an existing environment. And I think that's what's critical, and the belief of the South African Institute of International Affairs, and indeed of AUDA-NEPAD and the related institutions, is that the more we engage and communicate as an African community in platforms like this, the better we are able to coordinate also at an international level. Whether we are engaging, we're having bilateral discussions, or whether we're having much more multilateral discussions. We do hope that we'll be able to continue these conversations beyond this wrap up of the South African G20 presidency. And I would just like to express my appreciation to all of the embassies here in Pretoria. And we also had an event earlier this year in Addis for supporting us and for engaging really, really substantively on many of the issues that we've put on the agenda to discuss over the course of the last five such engagements. So welcome, thank you very much, and looking forward to the discussion.
Thank you very much for that, Elizabeth, and for really providing emphasis on the forward-looking sort of approach to this discussion that we're going to be having here today. Our next speaker will come from our convening partner, which is AUDA-NEPAD. His name is Prof. Bartholomew Ama, and he's a senior economist with AUDA-NEPAD. Over to you, Prof.
Good morning, Excellencies and experts all here convened. I've had a chance to engage with several of you during the South Africa's G20 presidency, and also participate in some of these meetings where we brief on the outcomes of those events. I think AUDA-NEPAD is pleased to be a part of this process, and thanks to SAIIA for really keeping us engaged so that we can also share our perspectives as knowledge partners in the G20 process. Let me start by recognizing and acknowledging what South Africa did in terms of its presidency. It set a tall mark for others to follow. It helped put Africa's agendas on the table. And really, as opposed to us being just on the, being visitors or parties to this event, we actually put our initiatives on the table. So the question now is, how do we consolidate the gains that we achieved? And what kinds of ideas do we have to sustain this going forward? So my remarks will focus a little bit on that. What should be the focus? How do we drive the process going forward and ensure that Africa Africa's concerns do not remain peripheral, but becomes a central pillar of global economic stability and growth? Now, in the Africa's priorities have not changed much, right, going forward. In the G20 discussions, some of the issues that we prioritized was one, the cost of capital, which has become an issue because African countries now depend less on concessional financing because the scale of resources required to develop is not sufficient coming from the public or official sector, but from the private sector. But when you go to the private sector, you go for these loans, the issues of cost of capital becomes an issue, and risk gets priced in. And the question then becomes, is the price of that risk really commensurate with our borrowing power, our economic capacity to repay? So that is one. The second is really issues of value addition and beneficiation. Africa holds approximately 40% of the world's critical minerals, cobalt, lithium, graphite. But how do we capture value from these activities and create jobs at the same time? A third issue that was critical was the issues of illicit financial flows, which really is part of the domestic resource mobilization discussion, because the resources that you potentially could be devoted to development get siphoned outside. And the fourth issue was on climate, both in terms of its impact on Africa and Africa's capacity to be part of the decarbonization agenda. So going forward, though, it's unfortunate that, yes, we had the Ukraine war before, we had COVID before then, and now we have another conflict in the Middle East. And so the current geopolitical environment poses substantial headwinds to consolidating the progress we've achieved so far. And it seems like Ebola is it's also lurking in the background. So now we have to, as we move forward, we have to think about how do we address issues of rising food and energy prices driven by conflicts in these areas I just talked about. Several African countries' currencies have weakened significantly against the dollar. Trade balances are deteriorating. Fiscal revenues are under pressure. Social spending is threatened, and more people are being pushed into poverty. And as this happens, our debt vulnerabilities, which many countries had worked so hard to address, are also re-emerging. So we must acknowledge these limitations and also the fact that access to concessional financing is on the decline, ODA is declining, and the era of aid as the primary vehicle for Africa's development is ending, not because we have succeeded in using these resources to develop, but because the world has also changed. So we cannot rely on the old model, and we must build a new one. But these headwinds are also creating some potential opportunities, what I call unintended economic opportunities and incentives for intra-Africa trade. For example, with the rerouting of trade vessels, shipping lines from the Strait of Hormuz towards the Cape of Good Hope, many shipping lines are now, the ports in Southern Africa, for example, Walvis Bay, Cape Town, Durban, Maputo, Dar es Salaam, are experiencing increased traffic. This is an opportunity to invest in port infrastructure, logistics, and maritime services. The G20 can partner with African nations to develop these strategic assets with a view to also creating for them alternative routes for trade. So really, we need to start looking at how do we create win-win situations, investment opportunities that benefit both parties. A second opportunity is for, in the context of our net crude oil exporters. With these disruptions, access to crude oil became an issue. And for even those countries that export crude oil, they need to import refined crude. And this same crude if it comes through the straits, they are also impacted. So if you look at Nigeria's Dangote refinery, which is currently operating at full capacity of 650,000 barrels per day, the ability to now refine has transformed Nigeria from a pure crude exporter into a regional refining hub. 17 cargoes of refined petroleum products have been exported to Cameroon, Ghana, Ivory Coast, Tanzania, and Togo. So this has mitigated some of the shocks, but it has also created opportunities for Nigeria. Now we have several crude oil producing countries in Africa. This is an opportunity to then move into serious levels of refining. And again, it creates an opportunity for co-investments with potential G20 countries to engage in these kinds of ventures. Now, third, opportunities for local production of fertilizer. We see again this is happening with some of our private sector, including again Dangote, and also as fossil fuel supply chains get disrupted, opportunities for renewable energy become elevated, and Africa has the world's highest solar irradiation, vast hydropower potential, significant wind geothermal, and green hydrogen resources. The global energy transition is therefore not a threat to Africa. It is an unprecedented opportunity. The G20 can partner with Africa to build a green energy superpower, with co-benefits for them as well. These are not abstract possibilities. They are concrete pathways for collaboration with G20 countries based on mutually beneficial investments. So really, it's about, this brings me to the fundamental point about how Africa should position itself in subsequent G20 presidencies. We must reframe our engagement, moving from donor-recipient posture to a mutually beneficial investment partnership, from listing of Africa's challenges to a more upbeat and solution-oriented discussion of opportunities. For too long, Africa has been presented to the world as a list of challenges: poverty, disease, conflict, infrastructure deficits. These challenges are real, but they are not the whole story. They are not the story that will attract investment. The story we must tell, and the story the G20 must hear, is about a continent of 1.5 billion with the world's youngest population, 6 of the 10 fastest growing economies, a single market of 1.3 billion people under the AfCFTA, and 40% of the critical minerals required for global energy transition. We need a development financing model that emphasizes co-investment opportunities and that leverages Africa's resource endowments and lucrative continental market. Not just grants, not just charity, co-investments, partnerships, joint ventures, equity, risk sharing. Subsequent G20 presidencies should focus less on problem identification. We already know the problems, and more on identifying solutions to the challenges through productive investment partnerships. What are the bankable projects that we have? What are the regulatory frameworks needed to unlock private capital? What are the risk mitigation instruments that can make African investments attractive to institutional investors? But here's the challenge. Investment decisions are framed by perceptions, and too often misperceptions about Africa. Many global investors see the continent as risky, unstable, and unpredictable. These perceptions are often outdated, inaccurate, and self-reinforcing. We must use the G20 as a platform to fill information gaps about the continent and provide targeted information that induces investor interest. And this requires, first, curated information sharing that is factual, evidence-based, constructive, and aimed at building coalitions of the willing among G20 countries. Not just generalities, specifics. What are the investment opportunities in each sector? What are the regulatory frameworks? What are the risk-adjusted returns? Second, leveraging technologies to strengthen access to existing information about the continent and also about among us that are negotiated at these G20 platforms. Digital dashboards and data visualization tools can make complex investment climates accessible and comparable. And third, sensitizing academia and think tanks about the continent's G20 priorities and strengthening coordination and information flows between Africa's G20 spokespersons, that is our ministers, central bank governors and shepherds on the one hand, and knowledge partners who can provide the research, analysis, and evidence base for effective advocacy. So to conclude, the G20 is not a development assistance forum, and we shouldn't see it as such. It is the premier platform for international cooperation. Africa's place in that platform should not be as a supplicant, but as a partner. Subsequent presidencies provide an opportunity to build on the foundation laid by South Africa, to deepen integration of Africa into global economic governance, to move from a narrative of challenges to a narrative of solutions, from aid to investment, from charity to co-investment. The opportunities are real, the pathways are clear, the partnership is ready. Let's seize the moment. I thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Prof, for that insightful and, dare I say, provocative intervention. I'm pretty sure our T20 colleagues are familiar with the statement of consolidate and sustain. And I love how you framed it around, really looking at concrete pathways for partnership and challenging us really to reframe our engagement around Africa's development challenges to be solution oriented and to really adopt a story that will attract investment. I think that is sort of the this foundation that we could have for going or flowing on to our next session, which is our first panel for the day. Our panel will essentially take the form of an initial presentation, which will then lead off into a broader discussion. But I will not get ahead of that session. I will invite to the stage Ms. Pamela Gopal from AUDA-NEPAD to come and take over and steer this session. Thank you very much.
Hi, good morning, everyone. Good morning, Excellencies, distinguished guests, colleagues, and friends. For those panel members who are in the room, please feel free to come and join me in the front. I really would not like to be sitting here alone. And thank you once again. It's my pleasure to be moderating the session this morning on the discussion on reflection of key outcomes of the South African G20 presidency. South Africa's presidency really represents a historic milestone. And this is not only because it was the first African G20 presidency, but it was also the first to take place after the African Union's admission to the permanent member of the G20. So this presents a unique opportunity to elevate Africa's priorities within global governance discussions, as well as to demonstrate how Africa can contribute to solutions to some of the world's most pressing challenges. And this includes, food security, whether it's climate or debt vulnerabilities, as we have heard from Dr. Bart right now. And today's session invites us to look beyond the presidency itself. While it is important to celebrate the success of the achievements and the key outcomes, I think it's equally important to ask what comes next. So the aim of today's panel will be to actually address some of these important questions: how we generate momentum during on what was generated during the South Africa's presidency, and how do we actually sustain what has been generated and the continuity of future presidencies, as well as to ask ourselves, how does these commitments translate into tangible and lasting outcomes for South Africa, for Africa's priority. To help us answer some of these questions, as mentioned by Nancy, we do have an excellent panel that will be representing both diplomacy, academia, policy research, and international development. But first, I would like to hand the floor to Mr. Nguni from the Department of International Relations and Cooperation, who will begin with a presentation that will reflect on some of these key outcomes, achievements, and legacy initiatives emerging from the South African G20 presidency, including engagements with future presidencies. Over to you, Mr. Nguni.
No, it's okay. No, thank you very much, program facilitator or the moderator of this session, Ms. Pamela Gopal. We also take this opportunity to thank the organizers of this important dialogue, that is SAIIA and AUDA-NEPAD, and also acknowledge the members of the diplomatic corps present here today, both in person and virtual, and also, of course, the distinguished panelists and representatives from think tanks, civil society, other government departments. As has been indicated by the moderator, my name is Masocha Mnguni. In the context of the G20, I'm the overall project coordinator for the G20 presidency, who was, of course, supporting the Sherpa and the Sous Sherpa, primarily for the Sherpa track coordination, as well as other high-level deliverables. As you would well know, there are two tracks, so we also had another project coordinator for the finance track. So I will mostly be focusing on the reflections for mostly the high level outcomes of South Africa's G20 presidency and what we are doing post presidency. As has been indicated in the opening remarks, both by Elizabeth and Professor Amar, it's one thing to get a declaration, but the real work really starts after post the declaration. What then do you do to implement most of these good outcomes, especially as it relates then to the consolidation of the African agenda. So by way of introduction, just to indicate that when we had the honor of taking over the presidency of the G20, we appreciated the enormous responsibility entrusted on South Africa to guide the work of the G20. Of course, just by its share heft, the G20 represents approximately 85% of the world's GDP, more than 75% of world trade, and 2/3 of the world's population. This, of course, even in its informality, makes it a relevant and important platform. Also, by way of the recalling the evolution of the G20, this grouping, of course, initially was in response to a global financial crisis back in 2008, where the main focus became the broad macroeconomic issues. But of course, over time, because of the importance of this grouping, the G20 expanded its agenda to include issues of importance to the majority of the global population, such as trade, sustainable development, health, education, science, technology, agriculture, and so forth. The reason I'm mentioning this is that it happens against the backdrop of a call by some, at least in the current presidency, that the G20 has sort of diverted from its original mandate. I do hope that this important gathering will grapple with that question in terms of what are the implications for this development agenda when we are confronted with a call that the G20 must return back to its basics, especially the progress that has been made on all these issues such as trade, health, education, sustainable development, and so forth. But I've looked at the program. I do see that there will be opportunities to engage on these questions. If we can move to the next slide. So this is just by way of indication in terms of the Sherpa track we are focusing on. Next slide. So South Africa's, as we well know, South Africa's presidency unfolded during a period of heightened geopolitical tensions, 2024, we saw a number of elections, leadership changes, including in G20 countries. Of course, there were ongoing conflicts in Russia, Ukraine, Gaza, which of course deepened the divisions and placed significant strain on multilateralism, despite, of course, our best efforts to ensure that the work of the G20, in particular the working groups, are not impacted by geopolitical issues. This aspect could not be avoided, especially as we were trying to negotiate outcomes. So also, if you want to weigh the significance of the achievement of South Africa to get a declaration, you must have at the back of your mind that this was done against the backdrop of this difficult situation. And of course, we did see some pushback by some on standing international commitments, such as the Agenda 2030 and related sustainable development goals, the climate agreements, the Paris Agreement, progress that has been made on issues of diversity, inclusion, equality, of course, gender, and so on. So in response, of course, to this pushback we were seeing, our response as South Africa was that the world needed more solidarity, equality, and sustainability as a response to what we were experiencing. And of course, this rallying call became the theme of our G20 presidency. And of course, the other opportunity we had was to consolidate the work that had been done by 3 successive G20 presidencies from the Global South. That is Indonesia, India, and Brazil, which is why, of course, you saw our theme being linked to the priorities of these 3 previous presidencies. Next slide. So in terms of the key deliverables worth noting from South Africa's G20 presidency, over and above, of course, the 4 high-level priorities and the task forces we initiated, we had 2 reports which were commissioned under the presidency, namely the G20 Africa Expert Panel. I do believe there's space in the agenda to discuss this issue. And of course, the report of the G20 Extraordinary Committee of Independent Experts on Global Inequality, which was chaired by Professor Joseph Stiglitz. And of course, the Africa Expert Panel was chaired by our former Minister of Finance, Minister Trevor Emmanuel. I do believe that Professor, in the initial draft, I saw Professor Valodia was part of the program, but if not, I will talk to the issues related to the Extraordinary Committee, because one of the key outcomes of that work was the recommendation to establish an international panel on inequality through a United Nations General Assembly resolutions. So since January this year, we have been seized with the work to realize this outcome. And then also to mention that South Africa's G20 presidency was not only a South African presidency, it was the first on the African continent, not just by way of South Africa hosting it on the continent, but mainly because of the deliberate effort to align South Africa's priorities with those of the African Union and a strategic vision that is Agenda 2063, which is why when we started the work of coming up with priorities, we had standing engagements, structured engagements with the AU G20 Sherpa team to ensure then that the priorities, the G20 priorities of the South African presidency are in sync with those of the AU. We do know, of course, the AU became a permanent member of the G20 in 2023, which is why it is no accident that a scan of the Johannesburg Declaration reveals that Africa is mentioned 52 times, which is the most comprehensive references to Africa. And this is not just by way of searching Africa, but in terms of concrete outcomes. And the proof of that, of course, was the adoption of some of South Africa's G20 outcomes that relate to the continent by the AU summit in February this year, which was in Addis Ababa. But my dear brother from the AU Commission, Dr. Olomo, I think will talk to some of these outcomes and the work being done. And also to further demonstrate our commitment to making Africa's presidency an African one, we held several outreach meetings on the continent, including a food security meeting in Cairo, a high-level side event on debt and sustainability, and the cost of capital in Addis Ababa, and industrialization and agriculture meeting in Abuja, in Nigeria. Next slide. So as indicated, we secured our objectives on the 4 high-level priorities, namely taking action to strengthen disaster resilience and response, ensure debt sustainability for low-income countries, even though this issue of debt is mostly a finance track driven issue. Because of the importance of this issue for the African continent, we took a deliberate decision to elevate it to be a high-level priority for the South African G20 presidency. Of course, we also had as our high-level priority mobilizing predictable and increased finance for a just energy transition, and then lastly, critical minerals for inclusive growth and sustainable development. And then on this last priority, of course, one of the key outcomes of the South African G20 presidency was the adoption for the first time of a critical minerals framework. We also had other deliverables, such as, of course, the task forces on inclusive economic growth, food security, and artificial intelligence, data governance, and innovation. Another innovative outcome of South Africa's G20 presidency was the G20 review, which of course we work closely with our partners, SAIIA and the OECD, University of Toronto, where for the first time we reviewed, or the G20 under the leadership of South Africa reviewed the first cycle of the G20, looking at how far then the G20 has gone about in implementing some of the commitments it has made over the years. Because, as I said, you can have all these declarations, but the key question is, then how far have you gone in implementing those decisions? But also this review gave us the opportunity to assess how we can reposition the G20 to be relevant for the current times. We've had over time the agenda increasing, working groups increasing. So this exercise afforded us the opportunity to assess in terms of how we can streamline the working groups, also the question of inclusivity. How do we make the G20 more inclusive, especially for stakeholders outside of the intergovernmental space? And then, of course, looking at the question of a rotation. For example, should it take another 20 years for a developing country such as South Africa to take the G20 presidency, or should we see an alternating a presidency between the North and the South to ensure that the priorities of the South are not delayed for another 20 years before they are put on the table? So these are some of the issues we were looking at. Next slide. Moderator, you'll guide me on the time. Yeah?
Maybe another 1 minute or so, please. Thank you.
Okay. Yeah, so I'll try to skip the legacy projects so that okay, if you can go to slide 22. Yeah, so this of course relates to the way forward. As I indicated, in February this year, President Ramaphosa briefed the AU Assembly on the key outcomes of our presidency. This was, of course, done through a report which led to an omnibus assembly decision being adopted. This decision also included the creation of a G20 continental coordination mechanism, which my dear brother will talk to in terms of then what we are doing at the level of the African continent to start implementing some of these outcomes. The AU meeting also have confirmed its support and endorsement for the creation of an international panel of inequality. As I said, since January, we have been hard at work, working on the design of this IPI before taking it to the UN General Assembly. Of course, this IPI will have a clear mandate of advising UN member states on issues related to reducing inequality, which of course falls under SDG 10, primarily looking at wealth and income inequality. But from a technical perspective, the questions we've been seized with is, of course, how many panelists do we need for this IPI? We are looking at about 40, which of course will take into consideration issues such as academic expertise, geographical representation, gender, and so forth. There are also questions of funding we need to grapple with. How will this panel be funded? Also the location, where in the UN Secretariat will it be placed? Also the frequency of reporting. But the good thing of taking it to the UN and adopting it through a General Assembly resolution is that through that you can have the work of the IPI influencing global policy and norms on questions related to reducing inequality. As the Stiglitz report indicates, inequality is a policy choice. So it is through this work that we are then seeking this this UN resolution. If we can go to the slide on the US G20 presidency. Next slide. Yes, that one. So yeah, so maybe as I conclude, let me address the elephant in the room. As colleagues will know, South Africa has not been invited in the current presidency of the US. Of course, for reasons not of its doing. We do look forward to resuming our participation in 2027 when the UK takes over the presidency. We wish to reiterate that this non-invitation to a founding member of the G20 is not in line with the G20 protocols and established practice. G20 member can only be excluded based on consent of all permanent members of the group. And we are happy that through our friends and allies, such as the African Union, at all the meetings that have taken place so far of the current presidency, this principle has been placed on the table. Our concern is that this can create a negative precedent for future G20 presidencies. We also wish to recall that South Africa is a member of the G20 in its own name and right. Its G20 membership is at the behest of all other members. So let me go to the last slide, key questions. So one of the issues we need to grapple with are the following strategic questions. The first one, of course, are the consequences arising from South Africa's non-invitation under the current presidency, especially as it affects the implementation of the legacy outcomes this year. Two, is there room for South Africa to contribute to the discussion under the current presidency, perhaps through the AU? But what I can report is that we have been interacting very closely with the AU this year. The most recent platform being the AU retreat in Malabo, where of course we were able to also share our contributions to some of the discussions currently taking place. Thirdly, how do we get the legacy outcomes back on track in 2027, where our return is anticipated? How do we contribute to the proposed G20 coordination mechanism? We will, of course, discuss that in the next discussion. And then lastly, as I indicated, what is our assessment of the so-called back to basics approach, returning the G20 back to its roots. What does this mean for the advancement of the development agenda within the G20? Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Nguni. Thank you very much. You might want to join us. You might want to join us in the panel if there's any questions, or maybe you can later reflect on the legacy projects. Yeah, thank you very much for setting the context and highlighting some of the key priority areas set by South Africa, but not also for South Africa, accommodating the whole African agenda as well into the context. We do very well are aware that South Africa representatives have been at the AU summit, have been very much present at the AU G20 coordinating retreat held in Malabo, and that outcomes clearly indicate the African Union's support to South Africa going forward in the G20 platform. So thank you very much for that. Now we will move on to our distinguished panel, and the respondents who are going to be represented are on your programs, but we're going to first turn to Dr. Ibrahim Hassan Mayaki, who was the former Prime Minister and Foreign Minister of Niger, as well as the former CEO of the African Union Development Agency. And Dr. Mayaki, given your wealth of experience, if you can please draw on some of the areas of expertise and how you assess the impact of the G20 in addressing today's global challenges, and also what are some of the actions that are needed to sustain momentum as we translate these key priorities into meaningful long-term outcomes beyond this current presidency. And thank you once again for making time to intervene and supporting the discussion today. Over to you.
Okay. Thank you very much, Ms. Gopal, and thank you for inviting me. It's a real pleasure and honor. I will highlight briefly 5 points. But before doing so, let me congratulate South Africa on a very efficient, dynamic, and pertinent presidency of the G20. Now, my first point is an historical one. If we try to remember the reasons for which the G20 was created, mainly it was to reduce instability and create more stability. And that's why at the origins of the G20, you have this financial dimension and the will to tackle the financial crisis that we have known. So as a critical platform of international cooperation dialogue, it did achieve its goals. The G20 did achieve its goals. And the challenges were tackled. But my first point is that the last G20 that was presided by South Africa is the last G20 of a consensus era. I don't think this consensus era will expand. I think we are entering in a new era, which is an era of dissensus. So the G20 that was framed for a non-binding consensus has come to an end, and South Africa presided the last G20 of that era. We are entering a new era, which is an era of dissensus. And in this era of dissensus, and that's my second point, we are attending radically new times. I don't think the SDGs would be able to be defined today. I don't think the Paris COP would be able to take place today, and the goals to be framed. So there are radically new challenges, and the perceptions of the challenges are radically different from one actor to another. I mean, from climate to issues, or from climate issues to democracy issues, there is a dissensus. So how can we build a momentum in this context of dissensus, totally different from a consensus period? And how can we define common key priorities in a dissensus moment? And I think my analysis is that in this dissensus moment, it is Africa's moment. It is Africa's moment to find the right path in order to shake multilateralism and give to the G20 a new kind of oxygen. Why is it Africa's moment? Because we have defined a certain number of development tracks which are leading to a greater integration of a continent. And we are making sound efforts in order to gather and crystallize the interest as best as we can. Many difficulties for sure, but as best as we can. So that's the way to position Africa today. How can we position Africa in a dissensus period, taking into account our key priorities and trying to shake the multilateral system and find our way in this context of dissensus? So there is no momentum to be sustained. There is a new moment. And in that new moment, there are several conditions that are required for Africa to be able to position itself. First of all, we need a stronger AU. AU has a lot of advantages and capacities, but we all know that we need a stronger AU. Secondly, we need stronger locomotives. The Nigerias, South Africas, Egypt, Algeria, Kenya, etc. We need locomotives that are in shape, economically and in terms of leadership. And thirdly, we need greater implementation capacity, which means that the institutions we have, we need to question them in terms of being fit for implementation. And that brings me back to the African Union, regional economic communities, etc. So my fourth point is that we can't do any of this if we do not reflect in terms of long-term perspectives. Everybody is thinking in terms of long-term perspectives, from the US to Mexico to India to Indonesia to Brazil to Europe. Everyone is thinking in terms of long-term. How do we think in terms of long-term? And that's where we absolutely need think tanks. And we have think tanks. SAIIA is a perfect example of it. And within AUDA-NEPAD at another dimension, the policy bridge tank is playing a fantastic role, a very pertinent role. We need think tanks. And these think tanks will provide the intelligent oxygen to the AU, to South Africa, and to all the African Union member states in order to think in terms of long-term. If we do not think in terms of long-term, we will keep on implementing policies without realizing the gaps of implementation, without nurturing ourselves from the feedbacks of implementation, and then we might derail. And the main risk that I see in this period of dissensus, where everyone is trying to reach its own interests all over the world on the global scene, the main risk I see is a risk of recolonization. What do I mean by recolonizing? I mean a smart type of recolonizing with subtlety by picking African countries one by one and trying to see how to exploit them better, and then lock a system which can allow a systematic exploitation. We already see it in many African countries which are a high level of density of natural mineral resources. So it is the time to think long-term. It is the time to readjust the AU. It is the time to integrate the constraints of dissensus, and it is the time to think about Africa's interest based on what we have created up to now. But we need strong, intelligent, efficient think tanks, and we have them. And I'm convinced that they can play a very solid role in shaping the way to go. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Mayaki, for your positivity, for your optimism in the way that we should take charge of the Africa position and recreate this opportunity in a time of deconsensus. I think that that's a very valuable word in the discussions today. And we are really running behind time. So very quickly, we have 2 more panel members before we start the next session. We have no, it's no more online. Yeah, but Dr. Mayaki, if you could stay online for a little longer, if there's any questions that are posed to you, thank you very much. The next panelist, if we can turn to Dr. Arena, from an academic and governance perspective, what lessons should we draw from the South African presidency regarding the role of knowledge, evidence, and policy innovation in shaping the G20 outcomes, particularly, you know, the value, as we heard from Dr. Mayaki, on the think tanks and how we can bridge this knowledge gap in the context that we are working in. Thank you.
Absolutely. And I think when we come to this discussion, so I find myself here, you know, being part of IGD during the T20, which was one of the T20 Troika planning members. And so what I found was that, you know, the T20 in this particular moment, and where knowledge fits in and knowledge generation fits in, is that it fills the information disclosure packet, essentially, and it goes into the environment for further feedback and hopefully action, and then it's supposed to close this kind of feedback loop in the policy cycle. And while this year there's no possibility to participate in this, you know, international engagement, at least not officially, there's nothing stopping South African think tanks from continuing the kind of relationships they started to form. And looking at the experiences, it is very much dependent on how we as, you know, people, how we as professionals and institutions engage, and how we take these relationships forward. And what we learned really was that we were able to really map who is working on what in this environment, and that is quite invaluable to what government needs at the same time. We need to be better in terms of cataloging this for government, of course, but, you know, when it comes to the gap, and this is not so much felt at think tank level, we often offer so much unsolicited advice as think tanks, which could probably be a little bit too overwhelming at government level sometimes. And also, if we think of the B20 process, you know, the broader spectrum, they also have a clearer line of communication. But for me, this kind of gap in terms of engaging this information packet or this kind of information environment is we also need government to describe what they need from an multi-track cooperation, right? With what are their expectations? And I think that was something that we could have gained more from the kind of experience. And I remember last year we were able to host maybe 1 or 2 engagements where, for example, the T20 hosted with L20 to around the digitization agenda just before the working group was able to meet in September as well. But at the same time, we weren't able to organize effectively from our side in order to allow that to feed into government information and what they needed from that discussion. So we're starting to see, you know, our own exigencies get in the way of how we work. But again, this is not the end of the road for us engaging from this perspective. It's something that needs to be grown up, you know, year on year. And if we look at another potential gap that we can fill when it comes to domesticating the G20 agenda, this is also where T20 can also be very instrumental in proposing this kind of toolkit on how at country level do we take it down, and how do we streamline these kinds of agendas into practical operational issues. And if I can draw your attention to this broader multi-track moment that we need to be mindful of, is the Urban 20. And we heard from Mr. Mnguni, we heard also from the first speaker, and as well as Dr. Miyaki, that it's about looking at what countries need at the same time for the question of development. It's about how do we sustain, participation when there is this question of why should we not whittle down the G20 to its original G7 format? And this is where the Urban 20 becomes even more vital, because it starts to bring the agenda closer to the people, and how they're able to engage, how they're able to also even justify for themselves why South Africa needs to be a part of this. And I'm going to close in 1 second, but when we look at this Urban 20 question and the question of why people need to be a part of it, that is when we start to understand our domestic exigencies a lot more clearer, and how we're able, through governance or understanding our governance gaps ourselves. So again, the question comes down to what can we do in our own context to then take it out further. It's perhaps a fantastic moment that we can pause on international participation, where we can perhaps create better channels of inter-South Africa or inter-African communication in this sense for G20 participation.
Thank you. Thank you. You've made a lot of valuable points, especially in the terms of the growing urbanization. Consultation both with citizenry as well as governments are fundamental. Thank you for that. Just to also echo that we at the African Union have been taking it closer. I think the value of the think tanks is seen more and more. Right now, the African Union has created, through the funding of the World Bank, an Africa think tank platform, which 13 think tanks, a consortium of 3, SAIIA being one of them, where we are bringing think tanks closer to decision makers. So that's a fundamental progress from last year. As well as last year, we held jointly with SAIIA and the other officials a T20 Africa policy dialogue. That policy dialogue will move into this year to Addis Ababa, where we will hold it at the end of July, on the margins of the ministerial meeting. So we are gaining traction, and we are taking the work of think tanks closer to policymakers. So just to reassure you that. Turning very quickly to Elizabeth. Elizabeth, from a more policy research, international relations perspective, what do you think? And of course, you worked very closely with the whole process of the G20 last year, working both with the Development Working Group as well as the T20 arm. What do you think will be the most important, mechanisms to continue to deliver some of these successive outcomes that the presidency had foreseen, and how do we maintain the G20 agenda as we go forward? Thank you.
Thanks. And I want to say that the 2 points that Dr. Mayaki made are really, really critical. I think it is the end of consensus. And I like the use of the creation of a new word, dissensus. I think that's very much the case, and that this also is an opportunity. I want to make 2 or 3 points, which sort of, I think, speak to what you're saying, but also pick up on some of the questions that Mr. Mnguni has raised. The back to basics. If we were to adopt that approach to the UN discussion around reform, what would that mean? Back to basics. So do we scrap all the new member countries that joined in after decolonization? Does that make sense? No. So the back to basics discussion, I would define a little differently. I would say that the back to basics is really to interrogate, as we did with the G20 at 20, to interrogate closely the agenda. See, there's nothing wrong with refining and focusing the agenda a little bit more, because I think, as you also said, Mr. Mnguni, it has spread quite a lot. But at the core of it should sit development. Because what is the challenge we're facing now? It's development, not just, by the way, in global south countries, but development regression also in northern countries, not least because the geopolitical priorities shifted and have moved away from social welfare contributions, etc. Everything has been cut, not just aid, and going into defense, etc., etc. So the back to basics should be a more refined agenda, but where development sits at its center. I mean, I think that's the first point. The second point to make, and I've made it before, is that I think the South African G20 presidency was really quite creative in its norm development and norm entrepreneurship, whether it is about taking forward issues that have already been on the agenda, like the inequality debate, and actually pushing that forward and creating and proposing an institutional structure. Because at the heart, again, of development lies inequality. It's not good enough to have economic growth and overall an aggregate increase in incomes. We also need to look at inequality. And so that issues like the sort of, again, highlighting illicit financial flows, highlighting the importance of how we finance global public goods, all of these were about being entrepreneurial in the issues we're putting on the agenda. And that I want to tie back to what Dr. Mayaki is saying, that this is an opportunity about how we shape this new era, which is not about consensus. It has a different business model. The point that Bart requires a different business model, which is the point that Bart made. And I think the important thing that we as an African continent need to actually take very much to heart is that the G20, which is an informal body, it's non-binding. We've lost the consensus, but can actually be a platform for experimentation about the new important issues that require global cooperation and the mechanisms associated with it. And one final point. What was really interesting to see the seeds of in our presidency last year was the fact that this geopolitical the geopolitical tensions and pressures are beginning to make other countries that may not have traditionally sort of seen things in the way that South Africa and maybe other global South countries see, they are beginning to recognize the importance of developing partnerships across divides. Maybe divides is maybe it's a little too strong, but across divides. And we saw that in the way in which many countries, both North and South, rallied around some key issues of our agenda last year. And that is also an opportunity that we as an African continent need to drive forward. We shouldn't lose that momentum in terms of building coalitions. Again, that's become a very popular term now, coalitions of the willing. But that is what we should be doing, because we need to build up a new momentum for how we shape, rather than navigate, how we shape a new world order. If we don't fill that space, that debate space, now others will fill it for us, and we can't lose the train, miss the train.
Absolutely. No, thank you. Thank you very much, Elizabeth. I think those were very concrete responses as well, drawing in on Dr. Mayaki on our end, as well as Mr. Mngunu. So I would like to just use this opportunity now to please open the floor to any questions. We are running out of time. So if you had anything specific for any specific panelist, if you could please indicate and introduce yourself and pose your question. Thank you very much. I see one hand there. Do we have mics? There's about 3 hands in the room, or 4. So we'll quickly use this opportunity to pose the questions and before we move to the next panel discussion.
Thank you very much. My name is Thabiso Mthembu from the China-South Africa Youth Federation. My question is addressed to Mr. Mnguni. In terms of South Africa's G20 presidency, we've also seen that they've done the social summit, whereby it included a lot of stakeholders, your T20s, B20s, C20s, and all of that. But now my question is, in terms of the implementation to this day, at this moment, is there any concrete discussions that are still taking place post the G20 summit and the declarations to say government, for instance, not just DECO, but various departments, are they actually now still meeting with other stakeholders, the C20s, the T20s, in order to ensure that implementation is also inclusive? And secondly, in terms of the issue of the United States of America unilaterally deciding to exclude South Africa from G20 proceedings this year, I wanted to find out, are there any discussions that are taking place within the G20 member states to say, what can we do more to ensure that this same situation that we find ourselves currently, whereby one country can just decide what it wants to do, it never happens again? Thank you.
Thank you. We'll take all 4 questions and then we will allow the panelists to respond. The second question, please.
Thank you so much. My name is Peli Sankom. I'm a development economist and I support G20 Social on sovereign wealth fund. So I'm kind of like an insider. But I just want to raise one important issue. I didn't hear the reflection on the G20 Social and Legacy projects. Because I think for me, that's where ordinary South Africans and Africans could really start gaining some benefits from what G20 was about. I think with all the complexities that were highlighted by the speakers, that is a non-binding forum, but also you can do experiments. And what I'm really keen to hear, it's where that really there's an opportunity, for example, to fund some of those legacy projects, and to which, in fact, ordinary citizens of the continent could actually start seeing the benefits of belonging into this massive group of G20 forum. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Kamal from the Institute for Economic Justice. I just wanted to ask a quick question about and give an opportunity for reflection on I think one of the most important outcomes with regards to finance from the G20, which was the borrowers platform, which was announced. And yeah, in our view, that has been the one kind of tangible outcome. That's not just an outcome of the G20, because that wasn't language included in the declaration, but it's an outcome of FFD and something very practical that our President Ramaphosa, offered to host the first meeting of the borrowers platform. So just to open a little discussion on that, I think would be very useful. Thank you.
Thank you for your question. Please go ahead.
Good afternoon or good morning, still 11. Good morning, everyone. My name is Amara Isaac, and I am from the International Society of Politics, the ISP, and I am a researcher there. My question comes in twofold, and my first question is for Mr. Mnguni, and I wanted to ask on agriculture and food security in Africa. Even though, well, I think it's a known fact that Africa still imports most of our food, and I see a trend where we focus too much on industrialization in terms of machineries and whatnot. But my question now is, what is done about our issue with importing our food? Because we have grains, but we import it to the north, or to the west rather, to refine it and send it back to us. So I just wanted to understand why when we focus a lot on our agriculture and our food security. And my second question is for for Dr. Mayaki. Um, in your notes, you spoke on a stronger AU. But it's also important to note that most of the issues surrounding AU is with African state leaders themselves, where they constantly I think constantly would be a very loose word, but they override what the AU says, like the Court of Justice and the humanitarian issues and whatnot. We can go on and on. So what exactly does a stronger AU look like when African leaders choose their own sovereignty over the overall stability of the continent? Thank you.
Great. Thank you very much for these questions. We're really running out of time. We're only going to have two respondents. I will answer the question on social towards the end of the next session. Mr. Nguni, if you want to quickly respond, and then we allow Dr. Mayaki to intervene on the food systems and his parting message. Thank you. And for the one on the cost of capital, we will give it to the next Dr. Olomo from the African Union, who's waiting online for the next session.
Okay. No, thank you very much, colleagues, for those very important questions. Let me start with the one on implementation and coordination, especially as it relates to social summit. And of course, my colleagues will also augment. Of course, the social summit was one of the flagship pillars of South Africa's G20 presidency. And through the mechanism we have initiated, that is the local implementation mechanism, we do have colleagues that, of course, were coordinating this initiative, namely from the presidency being part of the discussions. And of course, there are a number of legacy projects that flow from the social summit initiative, which of course we are currently engaged on or seized with, especially in terms of how then we can drive this forward, working with partners such as the UNDP, but also other stakeholders as well, such as SADC. We are, as you know, going to be chairing SADC. We are currently, of course, still the chair, since Madagascar could not chair last time, but officially we take over in August. So there are also those discussions in terms of how then we can carry some of those of that work in the region as well, together with the other outcomes from both the Sherpa and the finance track, such as a critical minerals framework and other legacy projects. So those discussions are happening. We've been having engagements with coordinators such as Lindo and Kumani and others on those issues. And then when it comes to South Africa and its participation in the current presidency of the US, of course, over and above what I said in my presentation, looking at the principle of South Africa as a founding member, the issue of South Africa has featured on the agenda, brought on the table, of course, by those countries that have been concerned about this precedent of not inviting a founding member of the G20. But as indicated earlier on, one of the weaknesses maybe of the G20, it's in its informality, in that you can't impose yourself on the wishes of the current president. We don't have, for example, an equivalent of a UN a charter where you can say a rule such and such has been violated. But with that being said, we have had, of course, the African Union leading the charge on these questions. But also within the G20, you have groupings such as the emerging marketing economies, which is a strong grouping within the G20 that has sharply raised the issue of South Africa's non-participation and its, of course, its implication. The latest such an opportunity was the recent Sherpa meeting under the US G20 presidency, which took place, I think, on the 2nd of June, and we have been assured that this issue will continue to be raised right up until the Leaders Summit in Miami in December later this year. And then on questions related to the agriculture, food security, of course, my dear sister, you would know that one of the task forces we had under our presidency was the task force 2 on food security. So those issues that you are raising were one of the areas where our deliverables in that task force were centers, such as the Ubuntu approaches to food security and nutrition, which looked at the issue of the excessive negative impact of food price volatility, as well as the safe, affordable nutrition. And we have taken that work. It has been welcomed by FAO in Rome. So one of the things that we have done is taking this work to international organization. So in December last year, just after we concluded our presidency, we took some of this work from this task force to institutions such as FAO. And there are other instances, the most recent being the Nelson Mandela Bay targets on the youth being integrated into the decisions of the recent ILO meeting in Geneva. So to respond to your question or comment, some of those issues are part of the legacy efforts we are forging on with in the context of the whole legacy initiative.
Thank you so much, Mr. Nguni. That gives me a very good idea, Elizabeth, and we can give you this mandate. When I see the room, we are here briefing the African ambassadors, and I think that when I look, the questions are predominantly coming from the younger in the room. So maybe it's our role and duty to also sensitize the outcomes, some of the questions that they have that are burning, which is very fundamental. So we need to sensitize, I think, the youth as well as the citizenry in large as to what has come out and how we're going to take some of these forward. We'll turn very quickly to Dr. Mayaki in terms of the last two questions that were posed to you and your parting words. Thank you very much. Over to you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. On the technical question on food and industrialization, I will answer very quickly. We just need to read the CADEP Kampala Declaration, where we frame that the main basis of Africa's industrialization will be the transformation of its agri-food systems and fundamentally through corridors. So I will stop here. But the second point, in a dissensus context, a global win-win approach no longer works. So Africa needs to be much more egoistic, look inward, and increase its economic integration. That's the way to go. Because all the others are behaving differently than in a win-win approach. So if we keep on behaving in the same way, evidently we will lose. We will lose. So the question is, how do we look at our own interest in this census context, and then look inwardly and build a stronger economic integration? Last point, the African Union is evidently fundamentally essential, but it needs to be fit for the moment of the census. We are no longer in a consensus mode. So the question is, how do we get institutions that are fit in a census mode and that can help boost an egoistic approach? Egoistic in the rational sense of a term. And I will end here. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And thank you for our distinguished panelists. If you could just help me give them a round of applause. Thank you very much, Dr. Mayaki, for your time as well. Thank you. Without any delay, we'll move on to the next panel. And we have Dr. Patrick Gulu online from the African Union Commission to lead on the next discussion on Africa engagement framework and the G20 coordination. Dr. Patrick, if you are on the line, from the message that has just emerged very clearly from this previous discussion on sustaining Africa's influence within the G20, we say that it will require more than just a successful presidency. It will require strong institutions, effective coordination, and a structured mechanism through which Africa priorities can be consistently articulated and advanced. Now, this includes the development of the African engagement framework and the establishment of a new AU G20 continental steering mechanism, both of which are intended to strengthen coordination as well as strategic alignment and stakeholder engagement across the continent. If you could address some of these as well as some of the emerging discussions that have come out of the G20 AU coordination retreat in Malabo, we would like to hear some of your thoughts and priorities from the African perspective, taking South Africa and the global South at large priorities into play. Over to you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, my dear sister. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Excellent. So good morning to you all, and it is truly a pleasure for me to be part of this very important discussion that I think is timely and opportune. And I would like to build on what you just said, that there is need for us to have a stronger African Union at the G20, having also a stronger Global South representation there. And building on what Dr. Mayaki just said, and I would like to sincerely appreciate his wisdom in framing the conclusion of your panel, where he landed saying that there is need for Africa to become much more egoistic and to think about its priority first before addressing, the global priorities, because we have always seen our interest, being diluted in the international discourse. And unfortunately, that is not the way to go. Building on what he said and looking at the continent and why we have framed with the support of the South African presidency, that was certainly one of the most powerful G20 presidency in the last few years. You can see that considering Africa's potential, if you look at the demographic dividend that the continent is expecting, with an approximate projection of the population peaking at 2.5 or 2.7 billion people in just 2 decades as we speak today. We also look at the continent as the reservoir of the workforce of the 21st century, given the fact that 70% of our population will be under 30. So when you look at that fundamental shift in the development dynamics, you can see that Africa is well positioned to be leading the global discussion and even leading the world if we put our house in order and invest massively in transformation. When you look at the macroeconomic outlook today and taking into account the foundation for the future of growth, you can see that Africa has remained, growth has remained strong on the continent, and the coordinated Africa engagement framework has the potential of unlocking Africa's economic potential and growth in a very transformative manner. And in the interest of time, allow me to go straight to what we are calling the Africa Engagement Framework. The Africa Engagement Framework is a structured medium-term G20 finance track framework to engage with and to support African countries from 2025 to 2026. And it was proposed by the South African G20 presidency and designed to be carried out in the successive G20 presidencies. It is, in fact, a time-bound multi-year framework from 2025 to end of 2030. It is not a new structure because one can think that it is a new structure, but it's building on the finance track existing working groups. It is also driven by each presidency that can select the focus areas of their priorities in support of Africa's transformation. It is, as I said earlier, an African-owned process with the African Union and the South African presidency, the South African G20 member, to coordinate and make sure that we lead African priorities. In terms of how the engagement framework was built, it is important to note that we had a successful set of, of steps. First, we had the identification of impediments to growth, and for this, the international organization, the IMF, the World Bank, the AIB, and the African Development Bank have prepared background documents on the macroeconomic vulnerabilities, the weak institutions, and infrastructure and high cost of capital. These inputs were reviewed by the working groups, namely the IFA working group and the framework working groups, to ensure that they leverage the existing work of the G20 presidencies. We also had a consultative process with our members and international organizations to ensure that all the inputs are centralized, and we had the AU and working group review to ensure that it perfectly aligned to the STC recommendation, because it was adopted by our specialized technical committee on finance and monetary affairs meeting in Johannesburg, South Africa from 29 of September 2025 to 3rd of October. It was further approved by the Finance and Central Bank deputies on the 8th of October 2025. In terms of the policy pillars of the Africa Engagement Framework, we have 5 key policy areas. The first is the fiscal and macroeconomic challenge pillar. The second pillar was the institutional pillar and governance. The infrastructure and AFCFTA Agenda 2063 was the third pillar. The fourth pillar was the cost of capital pillar. And the last one was the role of international financial institutions. With regards to the first pillar, 3 major areas of focus were identified. The first was on the fiscal policy, how prudent fiscal policies and framework can be efficiently utilized within the G20 to address challenges foreseen by African countries, strengthening the debt management and local markets, and also contingency planning for shocks. The second areas of focus was on monetary and fiscal policies, where we had an emphasis on the Pan-African Payment and Settlement System, the PAPS, monetary and exchange rate stability. And the third pillar was on structural reforms, with regards to the compact with Africa. And here we're looking at business environment, rule of law, domestic entrepreneurship, and SME support. The second pillar on institutional area for enhancing governance is structured over two areas. The first is the public finance and institutional area, where we speak about the issue of public finance management, system and modernization, debt management and fiscal risk frameworks, domestic resource mobilization that is essential, and tax administration. We also have a focus on transparency and anti-corruption measures and other issues. The second area was on mobilizing the private sector, and here it is important to note that the emphasis was on strengthening infrastructure management and PPPs and reducing regulatory uncertainty that are hampering our ability to drive in private sector development. In terms of the third pillar, which focuses on infrastructure, AFCFTA and Agenda 2063, 4 major strategic areas of focus were identified: infrastructure and structural transformation, transport, energy, housing, and water and sanitation were identified as key enablers for growth. We also had cross-border infrastructure and trade to facilitate intra-African trade. That is important to support, as it stands now at 18% of our GDP, and with expectation that it could peak to 25% in the next few years under the AFCFTA. The third area was on leveraging natural resources, critical minerals, and agriculture, and the last was on mobilizing resources to finance infrastructure. The fourth pillar on reducing the cost of internal and external capital focused on 5 key areas. First, domestic financial system that needs to be strengthened, data transparency, sovereignty, and governance to be also supported, expanding climate finance and risk-sharing tools was the third pillar with the support of the AFDB. And the fourth pillar was on elevating African debtor voice in the global discussion. And I'm pleased to report that in April 15, 2026, we officially saw the launch or the announcement of the borrowers platform by the UN, and we are supporting that process as it is aligned with the FFT4 conclusions. On credit rating agency reforms, it is important to note that the work is still ongoing. We are also pleased to see the progress that we have done on the African Credit Rating Agency. The fifth pillar on the role of the international financial institutions focuses on 7 key priority areas. First, adequate grant and concessional resources. Second, on mobilizing private finance. The third, on expanding multilateral development bank lending and balance sheets. Expanding capacity development on the fourth area. And fifth, addressing the debt challenge proactively, and also credit rating modernization and trust rebuilding, given the fact that, as was highlighted by previous speakers, the ratings on the continent are not fully reflecting the real economic potential and the challenges that we face. The last pillar, the last area on policy advice and technical assistance is also an important one for the IFA working group. Now, in terms of the governance and the role and responsibility, it is important to note that the structure of the Africa Engagement Framework provides a room for incumbent G20 presidencies to drive the AEF in its year and to select priorities and pillars that are important given their objectives and their strategy. South Africa, as coordinator, will play certainly a critical role as 2 dedicated positions at the South African National Treasury have been identified and are fully operational to support the process. There is also an annual report to G20 ministers and an interim report that is, for 2028. The African Union also, as a co-lead of this of this international process, will play a very important role in support of the South African G20 presidency priorities. Now, in terms of the timeline, and I will not spend time on this, we have to take into account the fact that the priorities were certainly launched in 2025 in South Africa. Unfortunately, due to the geopolitical context today, the first presidency did not activate the Africa engagement framework as was, needed. But we are working to ensure that the priorities remain at the center of the G20 priorities. And throughout till 2030, with the financial presidency and sunset report, we believe that most of the issues that are highlighted would have seen substantive progress in terms of implementation. In terms of the Africa Expert Panel, and I would like to go very quickly on this, the Africa Expert Panel was established by the South African presidency with a view to, producing a report and an action plan for the G20 on practical recommendations that could be carried forward. The report is available online, and we can have the opportunity to interrogate it and to see that it is well aligned with the priorities of the Africa engagement framework. Now, in terms of the continental steering mechanism that needs to be established, or that is under establishment, it is important to note that the Continental Steering Committee is established to ensure African ownership, coherent voice, and also stronger voice for the implementation of the Africa engagement framework in the 5 years lifespan that was established. It is important to highlight that it is, first of all, an annual consultation that will aim to bring together our finance ministers and central bank governors to define the continental priorities that are already there, but to see how practically they could be implemented moving forward. It will also be an input and monitoring mechanism that will provide periodic inputs in each presidency to ensure that the Africa Engagement Framework priorities remain at the center of the global discussions. It is also a process in which we see an ownership transfer that will work with, South Africa and all the G20 presidencies to ensure that there is coherence and implementation. Now, in terms of the avenue for collaboration and contributions, it is important to highlight that all the stakeholders invited in this meeting are important. First, the African Union member states, who are the owner of the G20 mandate that we are conducting here at the African Union. That speaks to the coordination that needs to be put in place, engaging in terms of advocacy and providing all the leadership that is required, pushing that process forward. International organizations are also important for producing the knowledge that is required to have tailor-made policies that speaks to the reality of the continent, and the African Development Bank, UNECA, AUC, and others are well positioned to play that role. The private sector and all the other finance, supportive institutions are also important here to mobilize finance and to de-risk the investment on the continent. The G20 bilateral partners will also play a critical role. The civil society and think tanks are absolutely necessary in this process, as they are able to hold us accountable through monitoring, research, and independent evaluation of the process, as SAIIA usually does it. The African Union certainly will play a critical role because we are the secretariat of the G20, and we will make sure that we play that vital role shifting the gears forward. With this, I would like to take this presentation to a close, thanking you for your time and for your kind understanding. It is important, as was highlighted by Dr. Mayaki, and I want to end with that to say that it is absolute time for us to understand the potential of our continent. We are the leading force of the future. We have to be mindful of that, and we have to work collectively to ensure that our G20 participation becomes not only a participation, but an active role in shaping the global rules of tomorrow. We have to be selfish to first of all preserve Africa's interest first in every type of negotiations that we have, to make sure that we are implementing Agenda 2063 at the speed, magnitude, and in the sense that we have understood it. Thank you very much, and back to you, Chair.
Thank you so much for that presentation, Dr. Olomo. I think it was very informative. And I know that you also have another commitment after this. So without any further ado, I think I'll open it up to the room to pose any questions, comments, and really interact with Dr. Olomo's presentation. Do we have any hands?
Thank you very much. Good morning. I'm Lisa Low-Vordren. I'm with the International Crisis Group. I'm the African Union advisor. Dr. Olomo, thank you very much for your presentation. I just have a question about the coordination mechanism, the G20 coordination mechanism. Is it up and running? What does it consist of? Are there timelines? I mean, in Addis Ababa, are we seeing this coordination mechanism functioning in terms of implementation? I'm asking, and also to respond to some of the previous comments and what Dr. Mayaki was saying, you know, in some of the discussions we are having with some of the embassies in Addis Ababa, it sounds like this back to basics notion is also gaining traction amongst some big African Union member states, some of the big funders saying, well, the African Union should go back to OAU days and just function, you know, focus on certain key issues that the funding is available. I'm sure most people would disagree, but it is somehow something that is out there, and we are seeing this filtering through in the debate around AU member states' assessed contributions to the African Union. I think a welcome development is that some member states are giving voluntary contributions, like, you know, South Africa contributing to the AU CDC and so on, but you might know better whether there is going to be in the upcoming discussions great assessed contributions from AU member states. So these two are linked, but my main question is about the coordination mechanism and whether we are seeing this actually happening. Thank you.
Okay, there's another question there.
Hi, colleagues. My name is Rion. I work with a number of organizations in the G20, specifically with civic organizations. And I'd just like to ask the speaker around, he mentioned that civil society will play a key role in this coordination mechanism. I'm just curious whether in the design and thinking of this framework, there are specific touch points, spaces, engagement pathways that are envisioned for civil society to participate, because it's often the case that we add civil society as an add-on, but civil society needs a structured pathway in, as we've thought through the other structured pathway for other stakeholder groups.
Okay, do we have any more questions? I know there was an earlier question around the Borrowers Forum. I don't know if you want to re-ask your question so that Dr. Oloma can just address it in his intervention?
Hi, my dear friend Patrick. It's Kamal here from the IEJ. I was just asking a question around the Borrows platform and the progress on that so far. Thank you.
Okay. Do we have any questions online? Okay. Over to you, Dr. Oloma.
Thank you very much, Kesa, and thanks to the three very good speakers that took the floor and who certainly asked very important questions. With regards to the first question that was on the coordination mechanism, is it working or is it working? Yes, I want to reassure you, if you look at the decisions of the Assembly since the African Union applied to be member of the G20, you will see that there is already a coordination mechanism that was institutionalized. And we have even had the opportunity of our member states to identify some of the key players that are called the knowledge partners of the African Union at the G20. You have prominent institutions such as the African Development Bank, UNECA, and various other institutions, African multilateral financial institutions that are supporting the continent in driving economic transformation. That coordination mechanism is already functioning. And let me tell you how. First, we convene every year at least 4 meetings of those strategic partners to discuss the yearly objectives, the focus areas based on the recommendations by the Assembly decisions that we already had on the focus areas and priorities of the African Union at the G20. So what we do is that we frame the narrative of our engagement at the G20 in that platform where we bring together all those actors that are important and that are called the knowledge partners of the African Union. So you can see that that mechanism has already been working and it is still working. As of today, I want to inform you that we are holding regular meetings of that coordination mechanism that is institutionally established by an Assembly decision, bringing together all those actors to identify the priorities and to look at how the African Union will engage at the G20. Remember how we were able to have a coordinated agenda at the G20 last year. You can just imagine during the finance track discussions, based on the fact that we had that coordination mechanism, the submissions of the African Union were aligned with the submissions that were made by other knowledge partners such as UNECA and the African Development Bank to ensure that there is coherence, consistency, but more importantly, there is a strategic vision on what we are doing at the G20. So we were able to have that coordination mechanism already in place, and it is functioning very well. Now, in terms of the back to the basics, what we have to understand, and you spoke about the issue of financing of the union, the assessed contributions and all. We stand today at a shifting moment in the history, not only of the continent, but in the global history. You know, Bartholomew, when he made his presentation at the onset, set the tone by saying that we have a shifting landscape where ODA is reducing, international financing available is also reducing, risk perception is getting to the extent where, you know, some parts of the world are being stigmatized to be riskier and they are not factually at that level. So there is need for us to understand that that global context and considering, you know, the geopolitical tensions today, the tensions, the wars, and all the issues that are happening today are affecting all our individual member states. And it becomes therefore difficult sometimes and at this particular moment for countries to engage in the process of, paying their assessed contribution and all. But what we have as an account is that our member states today are all committed and dedicated in working in the process of, releasing the funds to the AU. We have the funds already. If not, we will not be functioning as we're doing today. It is true that we are working on the alternative sources of funding of the union that are in place, and we are, shifting the gears forward to ensure that in the next couple of years, those funding mechanisms become operative and effective in supporting our transformative drive towards Agenda 2063. And we have to be mindful of the fact that we are also working in bridging some of the gaps that we see in our public finance management. We are trying and we are moving at a cruise and speed that is required to make sure that we make the most of the 90 billion that we are losing in terms of illicit financial flows, the 145 billion that we are losing annually in terms of corruption, the 70 billion that we are losing in terms of misalignment in credit ratings, and lastly, what we are losing, the 245 billion that we are losing in terms of profit shifting. So you can see that if you aggregate these figures, this is actually already approximately 800 billion US dollars that we have on the continent and that can be secured to ensure that we effectively finance our development. It is not a simple task. We understand and we know that it is a daunting task, but we are working towards that direction to ensure that in the coming years, we effectively see Africa financing its own development and not be subject to, external financing. Now, lastly, on the borrowers platform, we have to be mindful of the fact that all of us, including Director Nguni, that I have the pleasure of seeing on the screen, and I greet him, we have all of us advocated for a borrowers platform. You remember last year, Director Nguni, when we were advocating for the borrowers platform at the G20, and it didn't work at the G20, but when you look at the ministerial declaration on debt, there is a reference to that, but not spelled out as a borrowers platform. We have been able to push the discussion at the G20 in that direction, and I can assure you that we are continuing to speed up the process to make sure that we bring clarity and transparency where required. Now, on the borrowers platform, you may also recall that when we organized our first ever African Union conference on debt in Lomé last year, the outcome of the Lomé conference, the Lomé Declaration, spelled out the fact that there is need for a borrowers platform or borrowers club, as it was called at that time. We went to the FFD4 negotiations and we were able as Africa to bring to the fore the key priorities and the key issues that needed to be outlined there. And if you look at the strong debt chapter of the FFD4, you will see that it is mirroring what we had on the Lomé Declaration. With the Lomé Declaration, we were able to have the Common African Position on Debt, the first ever Common African Position on Debt, that speaks to the issues of resolving African debt challenge with first our continental commitment to abide by the principle of sovereign debt and also transparency and accountability, but also the call that was formulated for the deep reform of the global debt architecture with the call for the borrowers platform. So what we have seen in Washington, the announcement of the borrowers platform is in line with the Lomé Declaration, with the FFD4, and even with the ministerial declaration of the G20 on debt sustainability. So we are on a firm ground. The process is evolving. We had last week here at the African Union a continental meeting where we discussed the borrowers platform with our ministers, with our central bank governors and with the civil society. I am concluding with the question that was on the civil society participation in the G20 processes. Should the African Union be, a very segregative institution, I wouldn't have been speaking here today, which is an open forum where the civil society convene, the policymakers to discuss the critical issues that are affecting the continent. We are an open institution. We are dedicated to supporting our member states, and we are working with all the stakeholders that are important in this process. The civil society is part of our processes here at the African Union. If you think about the Specialized Technical Committee, you will see that the civil society is now fully participating in the deliberations, framing the context, challenging the leaders, and providing solutions that are applied across the continent. So we are open to having that inclusive participation of all the citizens of the continent in the framing of our policies. And you can even see that the Africa Engagement Framework was conceived in that participatory process, which has brought together all the stakeholders to discuss, to share ideas, and to shape the future. Thank you, and back to you, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much for those comments, Dr. Olomo. I think your presentation brought a lot of light and insight around not just the thematic issues that are being pursued on the African Union side, but also how you are going about implementing those internally and externally. And I think it's important that you've emphasized how we need to essentially own our own development, starting with ensuring that the resources that we have within the continent stay within the continent and are chief drivers in terms of financing that development. So thank you so much for those interventions. Mr. Mnguni, would you like to come in on the Borrowers Forum Borrowers platform? That is.
Thank you, program facilitator. I won't be long. I think my dear brother Patrick covered most of the ground I wanted to touch on. Just to mention also, in addition to what Dr. Olomo has said, that at the level of the UN in New York, we have had an interim steering committee of the borrowers platform being inaugurated on the 21st of May. They had their first meeting, of course, Egypt as serving as the interim chair, where issues relating to formalizing a membership, modalities, preparing for the first governing council meeting in October, advocacy and financing were discussed. It is our understanding that this steering committee will also be meeting once a month to keep on discussing all these issues on the table. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Dr. Olomo, I don't know if you're able to stick around for just a minute. There seems to be a burning question here for you on the floor. Okay, thank you. Just a quick one.
Thank you, Dr. Lomo. Peli Sangomo, good to see you again. Yeah. One question, is Africa ready for a potential geopolitical backlash on the Debtors Forum? Because countries are entering on debt at a sovereign level. But also we know the political dynamics to which Africans are often subjected to. We often see that at the trade level, where even African countries get manipulated by other countries who are a lot more stronger. So is there kind of a reflection so that when that political backlash comes through, that there's a lot more unity and then African Union buffer some of those countries? Thank you.
You can address that, Dr. Oloma. Thank you.
Yes, thank you very much, Pelisa. This is an important question. What I would like to say is, first of all, that when you look at the Common African Position on Debt, you will see that it responds to some of the, the challenges that we have, in terms of what you describe, so eloquently. And in that perspective, the African Union is ready and available to support all its member, states in negotiating, in, getting better deals and making sure that things work in the direction that we are expecting. It is certainly not a simple task, given the fact that the geopolitical context in which we are today is bringing much more complexity than ever. But we remain committed and absolutely available to support countries and to work with them in the most favorable and advantageous way that we can do. On that, you may recall that we are now in the process of organizing the next STC that will be a joint STC on finance, monetary affairs, economic planning and integration, and an STC also on trade and industry that will work together, because our aim here is to respond to that challenge that you described, making sure that countries understand the available opportunities and the capacities that are required for them to move into the right direction. But rest assured that we are making the most, we are making our best, we are taking the best we can to ensure that things move in the right direction. As I said, nothing will be fixed within a day. It is not a simple process. It is certainly a long process, but we have already been laying the ground to ensure that in the near future, our countries move in the right direction. We are working, even with your good self, to make sure that some of these very important issues are addressed. And I do believe that at the STC, this will be one of the discussion point. And we are looking forward to see how our member states are going to apply their wisdom in instructing the African Union to work in the direction that is expected. And I conclude with this to say that we are committed to see things shifting forward. At the G20, we have not been there as just a member, we have been there as a contributor to the reform of the international governance system. And as was said by Dr. Mayaki, we are applying the principle of African priorities first to ensure that Africa prevails and that we are able to move in the direction that is expected. Thank you, and back to you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Dr. Olomo, and thank you so much for your indulgence. I know we're running quite behind time, and we thank you for sticking around. You are officially excused for your next engagement. Thank you very much once again. All right, and with that, colleagues, as indicated, we are running quite behind time, and so I would kindly request your indulgence in terms of us moving ahead with our program. We do have our refreshments at the back of the room, so feel free if you would like to grab something and just come back to your seat so that we're able to still continue with our deliberations and we don't run too far behind time and can catch up with lunch. With that being said, I would like to call on the moderator for our next session, which should be an interesting one on what's in it for Africa in terms of the US priorities at the G20 this year. Dr. Joseph Matola, over to you to call upon your panelists and resume or proceed with the session. Thank you so much.
Okay. All right. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, Kesa, for your kind introduction. So for this session, we want to talk about the US G20 priorities and try to explore what's in it for Africa. And just to remind everyone, the US presidency, which runs through 2026, is now at its midpoint of implementation. The Miami summit is going to be held in December. And the agenda of the US G20 was announced shortly after the conclusion of the Joburg summit, and it's quite a narrow agenda, at least compared to what was on the agenda for the South African G20 presidency. It's so narrow such that it's left some of the key social, economic, and environmental issues that Africa has been pushing for. Its focus is on, it prioritizes business and economic growth issues, including the deregulation for businesses and for innovation, energy supplies, and the pioneering of new technologies. So basically AI and other upcoming emerging technologies. And these are reflected in the working groups that the United States has adopted. Of course, in addition to this, to the working groups that correspond to these three priorities, there's also the trade and the investment working group. So, and we are already seeing these priorities being reflected in the policies of the second Trump administration. For example, if you look at the one big beautiful bill, the so-called one big beautiful bill, you see a lot of deregulation being pushed in that law. And if you look at the energy policies, they reflect the so-called drill baby drill. There's been a lot of curtailing of the some of the regulations. So, for example, environmental regulations that prevented the drilling of fossil fuels to the extent that they affect the environment and the climate. And lastly, if you look at the U.S. government's policies vis-a-vis AI, you see that there's a lot of focus there. There's a lot of investments there, and there's actually some arguments that the U.S. economy, as of now, is being driven completely by AI, and that the U.S. stock market, if you look at it, is mostly AI stocks that are driving it. So if you look at these priorities and the shifting focus towards this, there is some implication for African countries. First of all, not just because of the narrow nature of this agenda, but also because of the framing of this agenda. It seems to be a little bit pushing back on the some of the Africa's main concerns or main interests, so including climate change and economic inequality and so on and so forth. Therefore, against that background, that's where we're trying to this session, we're trying to unpack some of these issues, looking at the US G20 agenda, and trying to identify some of the some alignment that we can have between African interests and the agenda of the United States G20. And to help me do that, I am joined by a panel of three distinguished gentlemen. My immediate right, we have Mr. Kamara Mbaroth from the Institute of Economic Justice. And I'm also joined by Professor Bart from AUDA-NEPAD. He's already spoken. And online, I'm joined by Dr. Richard Ponzio from the Simpson Institute, Simpson Center. And just to thank you, Dr. Ponzio, you had to wake up very early to join us. I think you woke up around 5 a.m. or something like that, maybe even earlier than that. But thank you for making time for us. I think these are very important conversations, and we certainly could make use of your input. So I will actually start with you, Dr. Ponzio. Just looking at the year ahead, I know you kicked off the T20 US, if I can call it that. You had a consultation, a 6-week consultation with various stakeholders, and it was a consultation on the G20 and global governance innovation. That took place from February to April, and this consultation provided some insights for the year ahead. And just to ask you, what are some of the key insights for you in terms of both the process and the substance of the US G20 thus far?
Thank you so much, Joseph, and thanks to your SAIIA colleagues for organizing this important conference on US G20 priorities, what's in it for Africa. I'd like to note again my appreciation to the entire team behind the T20 South Africa. I was there twice last year for your midterm conference there in Pretoria, where you are today, as well as, of course, in November for the T20 Summit. And you guys have been so inspiring and helpful in very practical ways, paving the way for the T20 US, which indeed was kicked off earlier this year, as you noted. I'll get to the e-consultation in a second, but I just want to thank in particular the co-leads. I know you have incredible teams behind each of these co-leads, but Elizabeth Serdopoulos, Falani Matembu, and Professor Zombi, who now currently serve on the US T20 Advisory Council. So we're very thankful for your continued leadership within the T20 Research Network. So in lieu of an Inception conference this year, we indeed organized what Joseph referred to, a e-consultation focused on the G20 and broader global governance innovation. Realizing that I know we have a lot of ground to cover in these next 40 or so minutes, and with two other panelists, I'm just going to give you two highlights, and I put in the chat, and I encourage the SAIIA team to circulate to all the participants the e-consultation report, also a report from several sessions we held last week in lieu of a midterm conference, in a sense, at the Global Solutions Summit, another key partner of the T20 South Africa team last year. And finally, there's general information on ways to stay involved with the T20. And I think some of my other questions today, I'll get to share highlights of what we're doing. But on the e-consultation, let me just highlight two examples. What became then our work stream, or what was formerly known as a task force on a new consensus on trade. And it's really important to note that trade wasn't even going to be one of those 4 working groups that Joseph referred to just now of the US G20. It was the pressure from 18 other member states. It was the EU, the AU, of course, coming on strong in the last few years within the G20 context that pushed for this key issue. And of course, the response to the US trade tariffs policy that has shocked a lot of people over the last year and a half. But for the e-consultation, and our scholars and our community put forward many ideas, and the ideas built on the trade working group I saw from last year's T20 South Africa, participants this year, they emphasized that restoring cooperation in the trading system will require adaptation rather than a return to earlier models of liberalization. Many contributors highlighted the importance of introducing greater procedural flexibility within the multilateral framework, while maintaining core principles such as transparency, non-discrimination, and enforceability. In this context, several responses pointed to plurilateral initiatives as practical avenues for advancing cooperation among willing members in areas such as digital trade, regulatory coordination, or investment facilitation, while remaining connected to the broader WTO framework. Let me share one more example. This is from the fourth segment. We actually had 6 different segments that line up nicely with our 5 work streams of the T20 US this year. And it's on the critical issue of international financial reform, which lines up nicely with one of our work streams with the work that I saw, again, with last year's T20 South Africa. Our participants in the consultation argued for embedding inequality, another fundamental policy concern at the heart of the G20 South Africa, at the center of reform and innovation efforts in the global economy, transitioning towards global public investment models, leveraging digital public goods and AI to expand access to financing, and increasing data sources and methods for global decision-making. In sum, the importance of meaningful reform was underscored to ensure that global financial and economic governance becomes more transparent, adaptive, and responsive to the lived realities of all countries and their citizens, especially in lesser developed and vulnerable nations. I'll stop there for the first question.
All right, thank you very much, Richard. I think you've touched a bit on the question that I had, which is on what you think are the key themes that are missing from the US G20 that African countries and the AU and other stakeholders should be trying to push. And I think you've mentioned some of, you have highlighted some of the things that your stakeholders mentioned that needs to be incorporated. So maybe just to ask you, where do you see genuine alignment with African development priorities, between African development priorities and the US presidency? Where can we try to bring the issues together?
Great. No, alignment, remember that being one of the questions you've mentioned we were going to get to. The reality is, I'll start with tensions and area of divergence. You referred to it at the start very beautifully, eloquently, when you said the U.S. seems to be focused. You've seen our elections, the drill baby drill set of issues. But, I can say I gave you the trade example of how the U.S. is forced to listen to other states as a convener, presider over the G20 this year, and set up the trade group accordingly. On energy working group, where, yes, the focus is not going to be on not only the G20's focused on a just green transition, but the T20's work over the years in this regard. But for instance, water issues, water sustainability has come up in the energy context. So issues around sustainability are popping up within the energy working group. Remember, they only had one Sherpa meeting at the right after your G20 summit in Joburg. The next one is coming up later this month in Washington, and 2 more heading into, of course, the Miami G20 summit from the 14th and 15th of December. Other issues, though, that appears to be at loggerheads certainly with the South African government is promoting on sustainable use and fair trade of critical minerals. I think that will be looked at differently. Now, on the positive side, now it's still early days, as I said, going in only to the second set of Sherpa meetings later this month. But I want to share discussions I had, what we say in Washington, on the Hill, with members of Congress, a U.S.-Africa dialogue, a number of members of Congress for both Republican, Democrats, who show a lot of interest in the relationship with Africa. And we were giving them basically advice on taking advantage of this important G20 year that the U.S. is presiding over for the relationship with Africa, setting aside the obvious elephant in the room of the disinvitation of South Africa to the meeting. But don't forget, you have the African Union with all its member states now represented. And we were highly encouraging a congressional visit to Addis Ababa, specifically on AU-US relationships, discussions within the context of the G20, and of course, funding. AU diplomatic supporting and visa issues and practical ways, diplomatic participation in not just the G20, the formal meetings. There's going to be finance track culminating in a town in North Carolina called what is it called? At the end of August, and then in Atlanta, Georgia will be Asheville, North Carolina. Sorry, at the end of October is the foreign ministers meeting. You'll see a lot of activity, not as much activity at the ministerial level with other portfolios in mind as we saw in South Africa and the preceding G20 presidencies. But there's a churn. There's quite a bit of activity. And with that in mind, for the U.S. to support diplomatic engagement across the AU countries, and finally the engagement groups, T20 being our most favorite, of course, but we've been having a lot of interactions with the Labor 20, the Women 20, civil society is getting involved, youth is engaging as they always do. And of course, the B20, some of you might have heard that the Business 20 led by the U.S. Chamber of Commerce is actually a formal designated engagement group. None of the others, including the T20, are formally designated this year. Final point is just to say that it's key working groups. I think you mentioned the pioneering new technologies with a special emphasis on AI. It's all about promoting innovation in AI and other emerging technologies, accelerating scientific and technological advancement worldwide. These are critical areas that, again, we're encouraging members of Congress that have a long history with Africa to engage with public hearings, mobilizing financial support for specific new partnership initiatives. Our whole aid system is in disarray with the loss of USAID, but there is stuff happening, and the leadership is coming from within Congress. So in short, Congress can buttress the practical implementation efforts to follow from the high-level commitments that we expect to come out of the anticipated leader statement in December. And I'm sure it came up earlier in your conversations today, so I'll throw it out now, that like in Germany last week, of course, people are already talking about the G20 UK, then there's the G20 South Korea in 2028. So it's important that we take a longer view in terms of Africa's role within the G20 over a period of years coming out of your very successful G20 South Africa last year.
Thank you very much, Richard. I think we cannot overstate the importance of you engaging with members of Congress in the US to try to push for some sort of movement in terms of Africa, engaging with Africa in the G20 process. I think that is very important. The point you made about the visas, that trying to facilitate that, I think it will be very important, because I can tell you from experience, it's been very difficult getting visas from this continent getting into the US. I think we're also, unfortunately, we're seeing some, even with the World Cup, we're seeing issues happening, and we cannot overstate the importance of the initiatives that you're making. So thank you for that. But I just want to get to the point which you made, and maybe get Prof. Butt involved. Richard made a point that some stakeholders that they've been engaging in with regards to the trade, track, have been mentioning that trade will require adaptation rather than a return to the past. I mean, how do you see Africa navigate this new reality that we cannot go back to where we were? We have to navigate this uncertain trade environment that we have? And how do you think we can work through the G20 channels to make sure that we safeguard our trade interests?
Yeah, thank you, and thanks for the opportunity to participate. I think when it comes to trade, Africa's share of global trade is about 2%. So we're really starting from, we're talking about going back to basics. Actually, it was actually a little bit higher before, and it's gone down. And when we, in terms of trading amongst ourselves, it's also relatively low. But the bigger issue is what are we trading? And what are the returns on that trade? So, I mean, for me, it's really about using our AFCFTA as a training ground, so to speak, training ground to change the composition of what we trade. So if we test out our products regionally, that could be a springboard for accessing external markets. We have access to China right now under the zero tariff mechanism, right? And among our countries, we have different levels of development, different specializations, different products, which creates an opportunity for us to create a value chain, regional value chain, where we take DRC's cobalt or whatever, transform it into precursor batteries, so on and so forth, and create this value chain. Pick, say, cotton, beef, leather. Ethiopia, for example, years ago, was exporting its raw leather. And then they came up with a policy of banning that. But they didn't just stop there. They actually then began to add value, have special economic zones. So this is just in Ethiopia. Now, if we expanded this regionally, we could create a value chain of not just products, but jobs. But also, there are countries that may not have same access to Chinese markets as we do. This is leverage to entice them to come to Africa, help add value, and access those external markets. We have had opportunities like through AGOA, the EPAs to access European markets, but we've not really fully leveraged them. So it's not so much the opportunity, so to speak, but it's really our inability to fully organize and take advantage of these mechanisms. But to talk about also moving a little bit further about these narrow areas that the US has specified, let's first realize that, I mean, the US presidency is just 1 year. But even among these areas, growth, deregulation, and energy, and technology, there's still scope for the debate. Besides, the G20 is not just one country. There are multiple countries in there who may have different viewpoints. And as I think he just mentioned, that they've lobbied to have even more working groups. But we can also shape the discussion on growth, right? So for us, our position would be that, well, you cannot grow when your macro situation, you're totally indebted, right? So we link growth to macro situations. We link growth to value addition. So it's also how we articulate our interpretation of growth and what it means for us that makes sense. And in making that argument, we also need to have talk to others, like-minded countries that have that same position. So for me, while the scope is narrow, it doesn't stop us from using that narrow, redefining that narrow space, that narrow discussion in our interests. So let me stop for now.
Thank you very much. I'll turn to you, Kama. From trade, maybe let's talk a bit of developing financing, specifically on debt, the issues of debt. Sure. Just to I mean, Africa, we face a lot of challenges as far as debt is concerned. When you look at the agenda that the US has adopted, Um, it yes, there is some work that they're doing on on trying to make the common framework work. For example, they published a template MOU, a template like an illustrative MOU that countries can use to facilitate the negotiations under the common framework. But that's kind of a procedural thing, trying to 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 facilitate what is already there. It's not really a structural a structural shift in terms of the agenda. So how much of the reform agenda do you think the Africa uh, development finance reform agenda has survived into this US G20 presidency priorities?
Sure.
Yep.
Thank you so much, and thank you everyone. It's great to be here. Thank you to SAIIA and AUDA-NEPAD. It's an honor to be speaking here with you all. Okay, so firstly, I think that there needs to be an acknowledgement that the South African presidency last year didn't achieve much on debt in the first instance, because that impacts how we understand what is taken forward or not, right? Debt was a priority, one of the presidential priorities, but there was little tangible outcomes, whether it's upscaling of MDBs for fresh capital, whether it was a reform of the G20 common framework, even the declaration on debt didn't say anything new that wasn't said in the Rio Declaration. So while there was an intention to do something about debt last year, the conditions of the negotiations meant that you have large countries like China and the US who find it neither in their interests nor in their values to advance a common position or a multilateral solution, right? So I think that's an important thing to acknowledge. The conditions to advance progress on debt, even last year, uh, you know, there hasn't really been a drastic change in the composition of the G20 anyway, right? So even though we put this on the agenda last year, it's neither being put on the agenda this year, but both last year and this year, progress wasn't really possible. Okay, and that's not just down to the intentions of the presidency, it's down to the 20 countries negotiating. Then coming forward to the US presidency, the US, just to give you context, the US produced an MOU or a template on the G20 common framework. So for those of us who aren't finance nerds like I am, the G20 common framework is basically, it's those rules, right, that countries use when they need to default, right? So I'm wearing a beautiful Ethiopian shirt. If I'm Ethiopia and I need to default, what I will do is I'll go to which is based in the French Treasury, and I'll say to them, I need to default on my debt. I can no longer pay my obligations. The Paris Club will then send me to the IMF to get an IMF program. And once I get an IMF program, I must then return to the Paris Club to say, okay, I'm doing this IMF program and I'm going to cut my fiscal expenditure, et cetera, and therefore, can you please give me a reduction in the debt that I owe you? And the Paris Club is all of the creditor countries, right? The G20 Common Framework is the rules that the Paris Club is now using. Before, the Paris Club used different rules because there weren't middle income countries like China or Saudi Arabia or even South Africa involved. But now that these middle income countries are involved, they need a new set of rules around how to go through the restructuring process, right? And some of those rules relate to things like who takes how much of a haircut, right? Who takes how much of the debt reduction and how they take it. Okay, so that's just a little bit of explanation of the jargon of the common framework. So the problem with the note that the US produced is essentially, this note is saying that there needs to be more transparency from debtor countries. Okay, so debtor countries must disclose how much they have negotiated their haircut with private creditors. And if they don't disclose that after we've asked them after 1 month, then we don't give them any haircut anymore. This is completely ridiculous, right? Because of two reasons. The first reason is that the creditors, the Paris Club members themselves are not transparent. They don't publish what the previous haircuts of other countries were. So if I'm Ethiopian, I'm getting a haircut, and say I don't know, Zimbabwe just got a deal. The terms of the Zimbabwean deal are not available for me as Ethiopia. I can't see those terms, right? And so I could be getting a worse deal than them for some political reason that I don't know about. So now there's this demand on debtors, mostly African countries. By the way, 750 million people in Africa live in countries that spend more on debt servicing than they do on health, education, and infrastructure. So this is an African problem, right? So they are demanding countries in Africa and other debtor countries to be more transparent when they themselves are not transparent. The second level of transparency that's lacking is the IMF and World Bank's debt sustainability analysis, right? Because what happens with the debt sustainability analysis, remember, when I as Ethiopia go to the IMF to get a program, they're going to analyze my debt and they're going to say, oh no, you actually need a 20% cut of your debt for it to be sustainable in the long term. So when I go to them, they do a debt sustainability analysis, but they don't publish that debt sustainability analysis. They're not transparent about the assumptions of that debt sustainability analysis. And often the program that comes along with that debt sustainability analysis will make huge cuts to things that underpin development, social spending, grants, infrastructure, those kind of things. So this MOU by the US is really a slap in the face of all debtor countries. Because it's demanding transparency from global South countries that the global North countries themselves are not providing. So that's the first problem. The second problem is that the rules of the common framework are not being addressed. The rules of the common framework are very problematic for a number of reasons. Firstly, middle income countries are not included. So if you're a middle income country in debt distress, you are struggling to restructure that debt because the common framework is only for low income countries. That's the first problem. Pakistan is in a lot of trouble. Bangladesh is in a lot of trouble. Other middle income countries are not able to access this restructuring. So that's the first problem. The second problem is that multilateral development banks are not taking haircuts. There's a range of African countries in which, in fact, in Africa, it's more than 25% of debt is owed to the World Bank. In some countries, in some African countries, it's more than 50% is owed to the World Bank. So you're restructuring the debt of only half of the countries, or of only half of the debt, and the World Bank debt is not touched at all, right? And this is problematic because it's half of the debt, right? And the reason that this debt from the World Bank is not being restructured is because they have preferential creditor status, right? So the last serious debt restructuring program that happened under HIPC happened because multilateral development banks took a haircut, right? So it's really important that they take a haircut, and the IMF has enough gold. If they sell 3% of their gold, there'll be enough money for the MDBs to take haircuts, right? And that's a thing. Can someone ask me a question about that in question and answer? Because I've got a whole speech on IMF gold as well. So just to conclude, the common framework has problems of eligibility. MDBs are not taking a haircut, and private creditors are getting a much better deal than official creditors are. Thank you.
And maybe just to in a short answer, so what should Africa be demanding at the G20, let's say for the rest of 2026 or even beyond that, given the problems that you have outlined? And maybe Prof. Bad, you can also jump in there if you want to, and maybe address whether you think initiatives like the Borrowers Club can help address some of the problems that you have outlined, Kama. So just in a short answer.
Thank you. So obviously, as I mentioned, we need to reform the common framework in some of the ways that I just mentioned. The second thing is we need to get the G20 to recognize the Borrowers Platform in a serious way, which is, by the way, different to a Borrowers Club. It's not the establishment of a club, it's a platform, which has its whole range of technical differences. But recognizing the Borrowers Platform as well. And then I think, maybe it's not advice, because I don't think I'm in a position to make that kind of advice, but perhaps just a recognition of what are the parameters of possibility? Do the parameters of possibility allow for genuine progress through multilateral forum like the G20 for Africa? There is not convincing evidence that there is. And so I think that a recognition of that needs to take us to the next step, which is, okay, if we are unable to make progress in this forum that matches the global north and the global south, if we're not able to make progress in this forum, what are the other forums that in which we can make progress? How can we mobilize the Continental Free Trade Agreement? How can we build regional development banks that offer a lower cost of capital? So thinking beyond the G20 and how to unlock the constraints to development, growth, and prosperity in other forums, I think is an important step. But going back to the G20, is it a bad thing that we are developing things like the Africa Expert Panel that's triangulating with the G20 coordination mechanism in the AU? This is also an important institutional building process that's sharpening the positions of African countries. And that sharpening of positions has a positive function for other forums and for economic and political principles on which this work goes forward. So even if something doesn't come out of the G20, the process of developing joint positions is an important political process.
Thank you very much. Prof. Bart?
Yes, so the question is on what we should be.
Yeah, what should Africa be demanding in
There are so many things. I think we need to prioritize. I think one of the challenges is on the macro side, the cost of capital. I mean, the reason why we're getting in this space in terms of high cost of capital is because most of our debt now is coming from the private sector. Right? And let's relate that to the common framework, and where, one thing you didn't mention is that the Paris Club makes a decision and then says, go and get comparable treatment from the private. But the private is now becoming even a bigger player in terms of your debt balance sheet than the so-called public. So perhaps it is the private that should be, at minimum, the private should be part of that discussion, not be secondary. Right? So now you tell the big player, no, you, the small player, make a decision and go and tell the big player to treat you like the small player did. And I think there's a little bit of a logic issue here that we need to work out. So the reframing should really be about, why can't we have a common discussion? The second is on the issue of risk. Data suggests that the default rate of African countries on infrastructure loans is lower than other regions. Yet, it is not reflected in terms of the cost of capital for infrastructure, which is estimated to be 400 to 900 basis points higher for Africa than its peers. So really, this issue of risk has to be put on the table and discussed in a very, pragmatic way. So this relates also to the methodologies of the credit rating agencies and the data they use. So one of the asks is that, when a country is hit by a climate shock or environmental shock, it affects its risk profile, which then factors into its risk assessment. But African countries also have natural assets, meaning they serve as carbon sinks. But these assets are not factored into the risk assessment. But on the other hand, when you get hit, it gets factored because you are hit. So one specific ask is, let us revisit this methodology and factor in this asset which serves as what they call the second lung of the planet, is Africa's peatlands and all these, but they're not factored in there. So that is a concrete ask. A third one related to that is the CBAM, carbon border adjustment mechanism, which is basically a tax now that is being imposed on products that are coming into Europe that have a fossil fuel component. So if you loop that back into the discussion about the just transition, we are fossil fuel intensive. We need to transition. But to transition, we need resources. Now, we're not getting the climate funding that we are asking for. I think only 25% of that is coming to us. But yet to generate those funds by ourselves through exports, we get hit by a tax. So there are ways to look at this. Perhaps one concrete ask is the tax that is generated by the EU from the CBAM, part of that should be recycled back to Africa as part of that just transition financing. And perhaps we should also be exempt for a period of time from that CBAM. So those are a few things that we can concretely ask.
Thank you, Professor. Lastly, I just want to come back to you, Richard. Listening to this conversation, obviously, development financing constraints are becoming tighter and tighter for Africa. And in the discussions that you had convened, I think there was an emphasis on trying to expand the role of philanthropy to bring as a connector between the global agendas and community priorities, to make sure that given the shrinking of official foreign aid, philanthropy can bridge some of that gap. So how urgent do you think is it that the G20 should formally create a space for philanthropic actors in its architecture, and what should that look like for the African civil society?
Thank you so much again, Joseph. And I know time is short, and I'll just weave in a few other concluding comments as well. But on philanthropy, absolutely, they've always been a partner among the engagement groups, the F20, the Foundations 20 network. We've been interacting with the F20 groups that that got heavily involved with the G20 South Africa, the WINGS network. In the US, there's the Council on Foundations. Yeah, as recently as last week in Berlin and many of our discussions, it's so important that, yeah, besides their risk-taking and catalytic financing role, I would argue they can't be a replacement for formal development finance through whether multilateral or bilateral means, or private finance, but they can be a very important catalytic role in leveraging finance and moving into spaces that are being left with the demise of USAID, as I referred to earlier as one example. The cutbacks in foreign aid, 23% in the last year, we saw from the OECD data that just came out, as well as huge cuts across the board, 20% staffing and financing cuts, especially on the humanitarian front. It's just tragic what's happening within the formal UN multilateral system. But it's to note that not just having the foundations at our events, that's extremely important, and getting them substantively involved. We as researchers should be writing about the role of philanthropy. We're working that into both our work streams track as well as the work of the Advisory Council. But joint statements, they had been done last year by the F20 with other engagement groups, not necessarily the T20, and it's something we're looking at as ways to have critical mass, to have more influence alongside, as I mentioned earlier, the Women 20, Labor 20. There's well over a dozen formal and informal engagement groups that have historically been involved, and I think we need to pull together. But these concluding points I left in the chat again, a whole calendar of events to get involved in over the coming year, and ways to stay in touch communications-wise. I want to finish by just noting that I mentioned two of the groups on trade and international financial architecture reform. The other three major tracks indeed our energy security and resilience, another word for climate action. The issues around technology are certainly AI focused, but quantum computing, we're even going to be looking possibly at biotech, pandemic and prevention related technologies. But a fifth final working group that your own colleague from SAIIA, Elizabeth, is a co-chair of is on sustaining and strengthening global coordination and socioeconomic development and peace building. So a whole range of women's issues that get at the heart of the inequality agenda that South Africa ably advanced last year. But let's not forget issues around the Security Council. There are hot potato issues, both with a race for the next Secretary General, but the follow-on from the Summit of the Future in 2024 has very specific language about the historical injustice against Africa and the need to consider permanent seats on the Security Council. So those are hot debates that we believe the G20 has a relevant role to play, despite what you're hearing in Washington of back to basics, a more narrow focus on private sector led economic growth, deregulation agenda. The G20, again, as some of the panelists have referred, is a broader collection of states than any one country, and the voices and perspectives need to be heard, including from the engagement groups. And I just want to finish by saying your work in advancing last year and in previous years, inequality, development, sustainability. I'm particularly keen to see what you do with your Ubuntu Commission and the work that you've done on solidarity coming out of last year's G20 South Africa. So thank you once again for the opportunity to participate in this important conversation.
Thank you very much, Richard. I hope you have shared in the chat the synthesis report. I think it is a great report that shed a lot of light into the thinking by many stakeholders. So thank you very much for that. So I'll open the floor to questions if the audience has some questions. Kesa, you help. All right, thank you very much. And if there's some other questions on the chat as well, I think. Okay.
Hi, good afternoon again. So thank you to all three panelists. I think shedding on US, and is this working? Yes, okay. And also to Bart and to Kamal. I'm going to ask Kamal a question on the preferred creditor status, because that is a really important dimension when it comes to the broader debt discussion and developing a sort of a much sounder and fairer global sovereign debt arrangement. Clearly, you know, there are two dimensions to it, or maybe more than that. The one is certain multilateral development banks have preferred creditor status, and those tend to be ones that, and then there's also other banks, and we've had this conversation with some of them on the continent in the past, who are part of the AFMI, I can never remember the acronym, but the African financial, other African financial institutions, who, you know, have to take haircuts, but they are, you know, that they're critical players. You still hear me? This is very erratic. And have also asked or preferred to have PCS, to have preferred creditor status. Now, there are clearly hazards on either side, and perhaps you can just elaborate on how you see that broader debate.
Yes. Okay. Should I? Okay. Okay. So just so that we all clear on the definitions, right? Preferred creditor status it basically means two things, right? It means like if I'm a country that defaults and I have debt, I owe debt to private bondholders, to other governments through bilateral debt, or to multilateral development banks. Preferred creditor status says who gets paid first in the case that I default. So say I can only pay 70% of my debts this year. It means I'm defaulting on 30. And if you're a state, if you're sovereign, if you default on even one debt, you considered insolvent. But I can still pay this 70%, right? So who am I going to pay that 70% to, right? And the logic of preferred creditor status says, what is the hierarchy of who's paid first, okay? And within that logic, there's an extreme of who's paid no matter what, right? And multilateral development banks have this preferred creditor status of they are paid no matter what, right? And essentially the logic behind this is to say when a multilateral, because remember, multilateral development banks are public banks and they lend at concessional rates, or in other words, they don't lend at market rates. So they might lend to you at 0% interest or maybe 1% interest. Whereas if you buy a bond, you're paying in Africa on average of like 9 to 12%, right? So that's like 8% or percent of discount concessionality, right? So the logic of preferred creditor status says a multilateral development bank, which is a bank funded by governments, it's public money, is lending for the purpose of public interest, for the purpose of development, right? And because it's lending for that purpose, it offers loans that are cheaper, because that means that you can do more projects, etc. And because there's that concessionality, it's almost like I've already given you a gift. Now you're defaulting and you want a gift of the debt stock, but I've already been giving you this gift of lower interest rates, right? That's the logic of preferred creditor status. And that's why MDBs refuse to take a haircut. The other reason is that money that's going to MDBs, that's then going to countries to do development projects or whatever, they think it'll mess up the business model or the balance sheet of those multilateral development banks, because countries will be less likely to put money into these banks because they'll be scared that they'll default, right? So that's the logic of it. So there's a few issues that arise from this. The first issue that arises from it is that the distinction between what's public money and what's private money has become slightly blurred in recent years. And in part, it is because China is now the largest bilateral lender in the world. To Africa, China lends about 8% of the total debt, right? The World Bank is about 15%, so the World Bank is much more than China. The Europeans, the OECD countries, etc., they're about 6% of total African debt. The private creditors are the ones that lend the most. As was mentioned, that's about 25% of Africa's total debt is owned by your BlackRocks or of the world, right? So, but because China makes up a huge chunk, you know, the largest bilateral lender, and because everyone assumes, okay, it's China, it's a centralized state, everything is government, everything is state owned. There's this assumption that all of China's debt is government debt, right? Which is strange because not all of the many of the companies that lend are considered private companies in China, right? They're development banks with their own boards that run independently of the national treasury of China, right? And so there is this tension even in China between the national treasury and all of these banks, because the national treasury has been kind of saying that they'll do debt suspensions or restructurings, and all of the banks are like, you can't do that on our behalf, right? So there's this tension even within China, and the assumption that all Chinese debt is public debt is incorrect, right? So the Chinese are saying some of our banks are private, some of our banks are public. And when you do this thing of comparability of treatment, the ones who are lending concessionally, the Chinese banks that are lending concessionally, they aren't being treated like the World Bank is being treated. So China's saying we've got banks that are doing the same thing that the World Bank is doing, lending concessional, low-cost debt to Africa. But when it comes to time to cut the debt, we are being demanded that our debt is cut, whereas the World Bank isn't, right? So there's this tension, right, between the Chinese and the other kind of creditors in the world. And one of the problems with that is that the Chinese are one of the main blockers of progress on reform of the common framework, because they feel that they're being unfair, they feel that they're being treated unfairly vis-a-vis the World Bank, for instance, right? So there's a proposal that has come out, and there's a report that I'll share through SAIIA, where we make a proposal around what's called a fair comparability of treatment proposal. And essentially what that means is that the amount of haircut that a country takes, or whatever, the net present value of the restructuring, needs to be in line with the level of concessionality of a given institution, right? The private lenders are lending at upwards of 8, 9, 10, 12, 20%, right? And they are getting 20% back through interest, right? And the logic behind that is that we as the private sector are taking a high risk in lending to Africa. So we must get a higher return to pay off that risk, right? But when it comes time to the restructuring, private sector companies are actually getting, there's been an analysis on this, academic literature on this, that says that private creditors are actually taking a smaller haircut than official creditors, which essentially means that the private sector are charging higher interest rate because of the risk, but when the risk is realized and there's a default, they're paying less when it comes to the restructuring and the hit that they take on net present value. Exactly. Socialize the debt, privatize the profit. So this again comes back to the question of comparability of treatment, and this proposal that we put forward around matching the level of concessionality with the level of haircut, I think is a smart way to incentivize this a fair outcome of debt restructurings. And so, okay, so that's just there on the China question. Okay, I'll leave the IMF question on the gold for now. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Kamal. I don't know if there's other questions. All right, there's one at the back there. Mr. Nguni, I thought you'd have an issue with what Kamal said in his introductory remarks about South Africa G20 presidency not achieving much on the on the debt front. But anyway, I thought you'd take him to task on that.
Discussions with him, but I think he also appreciated the difficulties we had in the room. I mean, if really we wanted the consensus we were aiming for, we wouldn't. It wouldn't have been wise to push for a maximalist position. We needed to take into consideration the concerns of the various members. But at times in such processes, even if you manage to move the needle a little bit forward, and prepare, of course, the ground for a future push, that in itself, I think, is something that can be regarded as progress. But given the difficulties which we painted earlier on, yeah, those were the constraints. Thank you.
Yeah, I mean, South Africa will always be forgiven. As all in a man.
Just a moment.
All right. Thank you. No, I'm just saying that in a multilateral forum as G20, there are certain gains and there are certain losses. So in essence, we really need to think about what are the key things that we need to hold on that we think G20 actually as a South African presidents in Africa had actually benefited. But I want to come to the issue of the common framework command and just keen to hear whether are there some countries particularly who are keen to subject their common frameworks into public scrutiny. I think you raised the point that several countries are benefiting from it because it's actually, there's no transparency that is embedded into it. So would, and probably actually maybe Masuta can also comment on this one, but now that the Borrowers Club has just been opened, whether countries would be like saying, I'm keen to subject the common framework into public scrutiny, to particularly because the strength of this type of solidarity around debt is linked into countries ensuring that the common framework is not only standard, but also it addresses both the developmental, the macroeconomic variables within the countries. So I'm keen to just hear whether there's an interest to have that openly, that there's an open participation, but also countries are able to share that. But I think the other issue we probably need to continue to problematize is the issue of classification of middle income status. Because fundamentally, we can't be sitting with such high unemployment crisis in several African countries. And we still have countries that would be classified. And naturally, that actually leads into tensions among countries, but also it means that countries are not able to extend solidarity on each other because others are classified better than the others. And it actually, the net effect of it is that it keeps our economies highly homogeneous, but also very competitive against each other. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Kama, I think you can take that. If you can do it in 2 minutes, in 2 minutes, and maybe additional 30 seconds if you have some concluding remarks. And then I'll move to Prof. Bart if you have any other concluding remarks. And I know, Richard, you already concluded, but so it's optional for you if you still think you have to say something. Yeah, go on, please.
Sure. I think on this question, I think just to understand, I think the question is asking how does the common framework relate to the borrowers platform? If I'm not mistaken, I think that's the question. And I think, look, the borrowers platform is not a club, right? A borrowers club or a debtor club is something like that Cartagena initiative from the 1980s in Latin America. The countries came together and they said, let's negotiate collectively. In the same way a trade union goes to a wage negotiation as a group, they were saying, we as individuals, countries going to a group of creditors one by one, the negotiation power is against us here in this instance. For example, if I owe Joseph 10 Rand, every time I see him, I must just hide a little bit. I'm scared to make eye contact. But if I owe Joseph 2 million Rand, it's not my problem anymore, it's his problem. Right? Because he's in financial distress because he's missing his 2 million. So if you make a club of countries, it's shifting the dynamic of how much is owed to whom. And it builds your negotiating and bargaining power. And that's what a club is, right? But this is not a club. I mean, that club was destroyed for a number of reasons, including the CIA taking it out. You know, the US, there's declassified files that explain how the CIA dismantled that effort, right? Because you really are confronting the powers that be if you do something like that. And so I think there's trepidation around building a club. So this is a platform. And the platform that's being established is more about sharing information, sharing knowledge, sharing experiences, advancing some technical training around debt sustainability analyses, having some historical and institutional memory so that when you do go to the negotiation, you're still going as one country, but you're going with a wealth of knowledge that allows you to negotiate better outcomes in that process. So that's that question on the platform. Thank you.
Yes, the discussion on the preferred creditor status reminded me of Afrexim Bank, which is not a private bank. It also has some, it operates like a public bank, it's a development bank, but when it claimed preferred, wanted to actually effect that, because it thought it was had that designation, but it was challenged by, I believe, the World Bank or the credit rating agencies. And so it is contesting that. And the implications when you have to, you're lower in the bottom, in the totem pole in terms of paying, being paid, repaid your loan, is that it affects your credit rating. So the World Bank has a very high credit rating because it's buffered from the defaulters coming to it to, for it to take a haircut. And so the implications, so the message here is that what we need to be uniform in our application of these rules. When it comes to the goose, you treat it this way. When it comes to the gander, so the point here is it's another point we need to push at the global forum. And this comes to my second point. There are issues that we can deal with as Africans locally, and there are issues that are global. And so when we go on these forums, we should also be very clear as to which ones we want to, which ones belong on this forum, which ones should we focus on. On the third issue of middle income countries, a lot of African countries, I believe at least 20 or more are middle income status. In COVID, when it came time to sort of give this issue of giving some kind of financial reprieve, this issue of, well, why are we just focusing on the low income countries when a lot of countries are now middle income? So the issue now became, let us shift from middle income status to talk about vulnerable countries, right? Because two middle income countries may not be alike. One may be very vulnerable to shocks because its sources of income are just from gold, right? So that's just to throw that out there, that vulnerability becomes probably a better way to characterize countries when it comes to these situations.
Thank you very much, Prof. And I think we can end the conversation here. I would like to thank my panelists, Kamal, Prof. Bart, and Richard. I think it's been quite an insightful discussion. And Richard, on your part, I hope you keep engaging the Africa T20 and African stakeholders in terms of the initiatives that you're doing there, your engagement with Congress, with the US Congress and other stakeholders, and we keep having these kinds of discussions. And once again, thank you for joining us very early in the morning, and I hope you have a good day. Thank you, Kamal, and thank you, Prof. Bhat. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Joseph, and your panel for that very enriching discussion. Without any further ado, I'm sure you heard our chief earlier today alluding to how many of these engagements we've had before. And these engagements, we often find that a lot of rich recommendations come out of them. And so we've really been compiling what we label as an outcomes document as and when we continue with these engagements. And I believe this session will also be feeding into those into those outputs. Our G20 coordinator at SAIIA will be presenting to you the findings and the recommendations from our previous engagements, also connecting them with some of the themes and the discussions we've had here today. So he's the person standing between you and your lunch. I'm pretty sure he will keep to time. Over to you, Guru. Thank you. Let's give him a round of applause, please.
All right. Thanks, Kesa. And good afternoon, Your Excellencies, distinguished participants. I hope you don't hate me because I'm standing in between your lunch. We'll try to do this really quickly because most of the issues really have been discussed throughout the morning. And if we can go to the next slide, please. So as you know, Elizabeth indicated in the morning that we started with the G20 dialogue sessions last year in the middle of South Africa G20 presidency. And our focus really at that particular point in time was, targeting African diplomatic community to make sure that, there is some sensitization there, but at the same time to ensure that, all the discussions, would feed into the official G20 track. So we conducted almost 5 G20 dialogue sessions here in Pretoria, focusing on the diplomatic community here, Addis Ababa, and the last one was in Dakar, which is we conducted in October 2025. Now, the report that we have drawn up is really a combination of the conversations that we had in West Africa and the conversation that we just had in Addis Ababa 2026 in March, which was really a dialogue session where we were reflecting on the achievements of the South Africa G20 presidency, but also looking forward in terms of, how to maintain, the momentum that has been gained through the South Africa G20 presidency. All these engagements, we have had a number of partners joining us, and AUDA-NEPAD is here. They have been our long-standing partner on these G20 dialogue sessions, and thank you so much, Pamela and Prof. Bat, for being the champions within AUDA-NEPAD. We have had Africatarist for the West Africa dialogue session, and UNDP for West Africa, and some of the engagements in Addis Ababa. In terms of the audience, we had African Union represented, some of the member states, the African Knowledge Partners, your AFDB, as a knowledge partner to the AUC, and a number of civil societies. And I think, what is important about this approach is that we deliberately invited the AUC into the conversation so that, whatever has been discussed can feed into their discussions within the G20 official track, but also their thinking in terms of, sustaining the momentum that has, that was achieved through the South Africa G20 presidency. And it is great to see that, some of the discussion points have already been taken on board by the African Union, the G20 steering coordination mechanism was one of the points that, was discussed in West Africa. And again, I think we need to recommend Dr. Patrick Olomo, who has, in fact, I think, participated almost in all the sessions that we have had. So I think, there was, I think, a question around civil society participation. And in Dr. Patrick Olomo, I think we do have a champion within the AUC. Now, let's go to the next slide. Next one. I'm not going to, to say anything here because Mr. Nguni has already, taken us through the South Africa G20 presidency. So I'll go straight into some of the key insights that came out of the Dakar and the Addis Ababa dialogues. And some of these, I mean, for many of us that have been in the space, are not really new, new recommendations or new insights. But I think it is important that we keep on repeating them, until we see a good, a good movement on some of these. So the issue around, presence not being, our power, speaking to the AUC's position in the in the G20, that it must not, and we must move from say celebrating the the seat, but rather the contribution, the meaningful influence that we make on the on the table, and that requires sustained coalition building, technical coordination, and consistent engagement throughout, through mechanisms such as the Africa engagement framework. The second insight is on, speaking with one voice. And again, here we are talking about the G20, but it's not just, one voice within the G20, but it is one voice really throughout, the various multilateral forums that, Africa is engaged in, there was, I think, a lot of talk around fragmentation of messaging, that within, even within the G20, you've got the finance track, tackling the same issue on cost of capital, for instance, but they are speaking, a different message to what the Shepherd track, is discussing. So there is, there is a need really, to have one voice to speak as, Africa to speak as one voice. And again, considering, I think we need to always bring in the civil society, because some of the common positions that, the AUC, for instance, has, has come up with, these are, positions that are sitting within the AUC, corridors, and might have not gotten to the civil society. And yet the civil society, I mean, you look at the World Bank meetings, the IMF, meetings, you've got lots of side events there that the African civil societies are, are having. And it is very important that once the policymakers have made, have come up with what I would call an evidence-based, common position, that should be shared publicly so that it becomes, sort of one hymn for all the African participants in these engagements. We have heard from Dr. Olomo around the Africa engagement framework. It's non-binding, and it is really upon us that we continue to push the priorities that are in this, in this framework. And obviously, as many speakers have indicated, this is a very difficult, difficult year for the G20, but we should, continue to engage and make sure that the priorities, as indicated in the Africa engagement framework, are pushed forward. Insight number 4, I think, is very, very important, which speaks about discipline in prioritization. I mean, I think when the US G20 presidency published their priorities, there was and there is still a talk around the narrow scope of, of the presidency. And one wonders whether that is good or bad. In all these sessions that we have had, the sense is that, as Africa, we have got many, and I mean, this is true about the continent, and I love the continent. We have many problems, and we tend to present all the problems, I think it was Prof. Bat who was just saying now, there are some problems that are domestic, and there are some problems that, the global forums can, can assist us, and we tend not to have a clear line in terms of, what should be done, by the African governments and what should be done or, pursued in global, global processes. I mean, Dr. Patrick also mentioned the Malabo AUC G20 retreat, and the report there is in agreement with some of the recommendations that we are making that, for Africa, we should be looking at least 2 to 3 priorities. And I know it's going to be a big debate, what those priorities should be, but we should really, you find when you listen to a number of speeches by our politicians, everyone starts with these African priorities, but when they begin to list them, they differ from one speaker to the other, So I think there is a need to have a conversation on what are really our priorities that we should be pushing as a group. Let's move on to the next slide. The issue of the cost of capital, I mean, it has been discussed here, and I think, again, as I said, there are a lot of speakers speaking about different priorities on the African continent, but one priority I think that is consistent is the cost of capital, issues of debt sustainability on the African continent, and maybe that ticks the box, that it should be one of one of the key priorities. Building coalitions beyond beyond Africa. I think this is very important. I mean, some of the issues that we are tackling are issues that require what at SAIIA we call friends of Africa. We need friends of Africa in the global north that are able to advocate on African positions in most of in some of the meetings. And I think the previous speaker, from the US spoke about the engagements that he has had with the Senate. So these are the kind of people that we really need to bring onto the table so that they are aware. Again, once we are very clear of what our priorities are and what the messaging is, bring them on the table so that they can help us to advocate for our different positions. Again, implementation is national. Important really to note, in the G20 and many of the global multilateral forum, we tend, I think for policymakers, sometimes you kind of pass on the responsibility, to the process itself, So the G20 must do this, the G20 must do this. But there are many, many issues that have been discussed within the G20 that can be implemented and that should be implemented at national level, So again, I mean, you talk of AUC, they'll tell you, we can only discuss these issues, we can make decisions on these issues, but in terms of implementation happens at national level. And it is important that, in these kind of conversations, we have representation from national or member states. And again, important that the AUC G20 retreat, they had a number of member states represented in those discussions. I think it was in the morning that Pamela noted that some of the engagement in the room was mostly coming from the youth, and she suggested that we should be taking some of these conversation to that demography, as well. So again, it is consistent with the recommendations that came out of the sessions that we have had, that the G20 discussions, issues of global governance, they are seen as elite kind of conversation, and the public is not aware of what is happening. I mean, last year in South Africa, we had lots of people asking, what is the G20? What do I get out of the G20? And I know a number of actors in the space tried to reach out to the ground to make sure that the messaging or the issues of the G20 are well understood at public level. Let's go to the next slide. So now those are our, what I consider as key, 8 key insights, and I'll just run through now some of the strategic recommendations that have come out of these engagements. And as I said, the issue around the G20 continental coordination architecture is very, is very crucial. And I think there was a question in the room to, to Patrick around whether that mechanism, is in operation. And I think we do need to, to continue to ask these questions. But it is good to see that, there was the AU G20 retreat, which is the annual Africa G20 policy retreat, as we recommended here. And again, the G20 priorities paper to incoming presidency, So again, I think this speaks to being clear of what the priority is, So out of, out of this retreat, I mean, what I have seen from the retreat is a report, but what you want from this retreat is really a policy paper that clearly states what the priorities are. And that should be the basis of our, our various engagements by different stakeholders. Pre-meeting alignment sessions, and these are, leading up to the leaders summit, that they are leaders summit and all the various meetings throughout the G20 process, that there is planning meetings that are conducted so that all the stakeholders that are involved as as an African delegation, we are on the same page in terms of what we are representing. And again, I'll come back to the question around the engagement of the civil society, that it was one of our one of the recommendations that came out from our engagements, that the AU should consider to adopt a model similar to the G20 engagement groups to support their their engagements within the G20. And there, I think, we had the B20 and the T20 mentioned as, some of the key engagement groups that can support the AU in terms of its engagement within the G20. Proactive engagements with incoming presidency. I mean, this should be done as the G20 presidency is thinking about their agenda, So now, I mean, yes, we had a panel session here on what is in it, for Africa in the US presidency, but that should have been defined a long time ago. And now we should be engaging with the UK presidency, to make sure that, what is stipulated in the Africa, engagement framework is pushed into, into the UK presidency agenda. And formalize annual AU presidency consultations, mapping alignment with the host country themes. And again, as I started by saying, these engagements initially were for African diplomatic ambassadors, and we consider them really as frontline advocates, in the various capitals where the G20 presidency is being hosted. So for instance, now, the African ambassadors in Washington should be properly briefed on what Africa position is, and already start in terms of start planning now for London. So that those are really our, our frontline soldiers that are advocating for these, the African priorities and the position. Again, I mean, cost of capital, a big issue, and I think Olomo has already done justice to this issue. The next slide, please. climate, energy and critical minerals. I think these are, again, we haven't really done a research on what the priorities are, and this should not be considered as SAIIA's position in terms of, what African priorities should be. But these were some of the thematic discussions in these dialogue sessions. That's why some of the thematic issues are coming out, so issues of climate, energy, and critical minerals, very important. Yes, we have got a very narrow US agenda, but there is, your energy abundance working group. We think the AUC should make sure that they are very much engaged in that particular working group. Issues of tax cooperation, illicit financial flows. Again, these are very important issues which, again, should be, addressed at national or continental level. Build a knowledge architecture, Prof. But I'm not sure whether you remember this recommendation, but it is one of the recommendations I think that you had indicated as, in terms of, how we can sustain the momentum of the Africa G20. This is the last slide, and I think, we are all going to be happy. The strategic role of the African think tanks. The number of civil societies that are involved in the space, think tanks, the academia, different kinds of civil society organizations, and there is a role for them in terms of, G20 engagements. And for the think tanks, we think, the policy coherence and coordination, that is a space where, the think tanks can play. Knowledge architecture, continental G20 knowledge hub. I should say, in terms of, the knowledge hub at SAIIA, again, preparing to support South Africa G20 presidency, we had developed the G20 Resource Center that sits on our website, SAIIA website. And, most of the G20 documents, official, and some of the research that we have done and other colleagues have done, you can access it through our G20 Resource Center. So in terms of, building a knowledge hub, that can be a starting point. Multi-stakeholder engagement, what we are having now, is what think tanks, civil society organization should be doing, and this should be the contribution that we provide. And research, obviously, that is our bread and butter. And policy public bridge, translating the complex negotiations into accessible analysis for the media and civil society. With that, Your Excellencies, I come to the end of the presentation, and I welcome any questions.
Do we have any questions in the room?
It's lunch hour.
Yeah, everyone is looking forward to lunch. Do we have anything online? Okay. I guess then that was an excellent presentation, Goodwill. Everybody was clear on it. So thank you very much for that presentation. As indicated, this is an ongoing or living document, if you will, and many of the discussions that we've had here today will also be feeding directly into this output, which will be circulated once those have been incorporated. I will, just before I call the person who is really standing between you and your lunch, just two announcements from my side. We will have our lunch downstairs at the ground floor restaurant. So just the way that you came in, you'll be directed to the restaurant. And then As you can see, we've had a number of these engagements. Hopefully, we are looking to have many more in the future. And so these events are really important to us. You will have noticed some QR codes posted around the room. Those are for our evaluation forms. We really value your feedback on the way that we have conducted these events. We are always looking to improve your experience and ourselves moving forward. So please, if you can just take 2 minutes of your time to just fill in our evaluation form, that would be really appreciated. With that being said, my job here is done. Elizabeth, over to you.
I'm just going to say a few more thank yous. That's all. It's been a long day without a tea break. But I just want to say, firstly, thank you to all of you who have participated during the course of today and who've attended, and also to our colleagues and participants online. You know, these events become more valuable when people engage and ask questions, and I think it's been a really interesting set of engagements. Secondly, I want to thank all our speakers who have made the time, both the ones online and the ones who are here in the room, including some who had to get up at the crack of dawn or before the crack of dawn in the States. We really really appreciate it. We had also hoped, in fact, we were talking about the UK presidency, to have somebody from one of the think tanks that is already beginning to think about issues, but they unfortunately were unable to make it at the last minute. But I also know that our government is in close consultation with the incoming UK presidency, and will be doing a handover to the UK. So that's very positive. The other thing I then want to just the other people I want to thank is Goodwill, Kachingwe, is Kesa Mopipi, it is Joseph Matola, it is our comms team who's been also running around. It's Laura, it's our events team, Sarasa and Dumi, and last but not least, not part, well, they're almost part of SAIIA now, is Pamela Gopal from AUDA-NEPAD, and of course Professor Bart also from AUDA-NEPAD. We have been walking this journey together over the last 18 or so months. So a very big thank you to everybody. I hope I haven't left anybody out, but there will be more of these kinds of engagements. And as we said, it's not just about the G20 as a platform, it's about the issues. And I think the issues, as all our speakers have argued, are not just limited to conversations in the G20. We need to socialize them and to make sure we take them forward in every multilateral forum. And the issue of prioritization, I think, is important. We need to think about those elements that are transformational, that create catalytic or catalysts for a number of other things to take place. And if one of those, for example, is how we deal with the cost of capital, because that has various other implications that can be addressed, then you know, then that's the way to go. So 2 or 3 key issues. We see what the challenge has been in the Sustainable Development Goals. We've got, how many we got? We've got 17. 17 SDGs. We've got 168. I mean, I can't remember. And you know, the issues become so diffuse that you actually don't know where to focus. So I think that's also very, very critical, just as a parting shot. But thank you all very much. Please do join us for lunch. And a photo for everybody who is still here. Are you sure you want to do that? Yes. Okay. All right. Okay. So please, if you can come to the front before you go back to the back to go to lunch. Thank you very much.